There we go. Good afternoon, good evening, good morning, everybody. Welcome on into the Dragon's Den. My name is Digital Dragon, otherwise known as Luke, and I am a 3D printing variety streamer here on Twitch. And you may say, well, what is that? Well, we do everything from assembling 3D printers here on the channel to building them from scratch, such as our Reborn 2.4 right here. We do some prototyping and take part in beta programs like the 0G Mercury 1 here, which was a full frame build. We have a trad rack prototype up here that probably needs to be rebuilt with some of the changes that have been made. And then we do some 3D printing things, such as cosplay helmets. And we're going to do our first full armor set cosplay, hopefully to have it done for Halloween. But definitely took backstage trying to get ready for East Coast Rep Rap Festival this weekend. So yes, welcome on in, Creatix Brit, and I believe you were first. Well, and Nick, welcome on in. You may see that we just had a print finish. I'm going to jump over real fast while that is still hot and do a filament unload. So that we can get that filament off of there. And I was trying to kill off the last of a spool. So I did a couple of penguins for Toys for Tots. Little penguin owls. And this printer right here, the Flying Bear, has been printing exceptionally well. It printed nicely under Marlin. And so we did a stream where we built the physical build of the printer. Then we came back and did a stream on the software side of things. And that's where we installed the Marlin firmware for it. We installed Cura. We got everything up and running and printing. Okay, and then we went into another series where we installed some OEM upgrades, and that included our flexible build sheet and a auto bed leveling sensor, and we made that work. Then we went the next step and installed Klipper, which was a little more frustrating, but that was really just trying to get the Raspberry Pi to talk to the controller board. And what actually happened, and I want to make sure that you guys do not think that this is anything to do with the other creator that was helping me that I got the printer config file from. The issue that we were dealing with, and let me jump over to the, let me move this over here, go to the full display window. And I'll go over the pretty interface here on this stream as well. So in the printer.config file that we got from 3D Print SOS YouTube channel, up at the top here, there was a include USB input shaper config, which was commented out because you'd only need to have that in place when you actually run your input shaping. And then since you're not running input shaping every time you turn the printer on, you would comment that out. Okay, no big deal. Under the MCU section, we had the main MCU section here for the printer, and this is for the MakerBase MKS Nano 6 controller. and he had set it up to run UART in both a Raspberry Pi or a CB1 module. But what was catching me was there was another MCU section down here, and in the back of my head, I'm like, he's run input shaper on it. He's run input shaper on it. But I was not cluing in that this was going to be the issue that we were having. So at one point I did say, well, maybe it's the other MCU section. So I commented out the MCU RPi and the serial section that I'm highlighting right here. And I did a reboot, and it immediately complained because now we weren't referring to an RPi MCU, which meant this next section where we call out the pin for the beeper was failing because we call out a pin on that RPi board. Once again, it should have triggered something with me because I've done this configuration before on my Ender wires, and it didn't. So we struggled for several hours still trying to figure out why we couldn't get UART to work right. Then I just said, to heck with it, let's get USB working right. And we connected to the printer via USB from the Raspberry Pi to the MKS MakerBase MKS Nano 6 board, and we were still taking an MCU error. And I was like, that's it, I'm done. And I commented out the RPi MCU and this other section, did a reboot, and it came up. And that's when I realized the entire time it wasn't that it couldn't talk to the MakerBase board, it's that it couldn't talk to a host Klipper instance on the Raspberry Pi. And the reason it couldn't is because it didn't exist. And that was the whole issue. As soon as I commented these two sections out that I'm going to highlight here on the screen, as soon as I commented that set of commands out, we were back up and running, and we were connecting over UART, which was the desired end state. So in doing some more research, prepping for today's stream, where we're going to do some hacking and slashing on some cables, or I did that yesterday, but I'll go through what I did with you. Once you do the physical hacking and slashing of the cables so you can connect the screen up to the Raspberry Pi to use it as a Klipperscreen, you have to go in and do some software installs. And one of the things that you do for the display is actually set up the Raspberry Pi as a Klipper host. So in essence, there would be two reasons why 3D Print SOS had created these entries. One was he would have set up the Raspberry Pi as a Klipper host in order to do input shaping. And then two, he would have done it for the conversion of the stock screen over to Klipperscreen. Since we hadn't done either one of those things yet, these two entries didn't make sense. So what I've done is I've added comments in the config that highlight that setting up the Raspberry Pi as a secondary Klipper MCU for using a stock screen as Klipperscreen and for input shaper. And then down under the beeper section, I added a comment that says this section is needed to use the stock display beeper under Klipper. I provided this feedback back to the 3D Print SOS on his Discord. And we also had a couple of other config issues. One of those config issues, if you remember right, when we were trying to do our Z-tilt adjust, and that's where you probe both sides of the bed where your lead screws are, and you're basically tramming the bed to the nozzle, or in this case to the ABL sensor. Let me jump back over to the regular view here. So the right side of the printer, this Z motor here is stepper Z. This is the first Z motor. The left side is stepper Z1, the second stepper motor. Okay? So first stepper motor, second stepper motor. The probing that we had set up was to probe the left side first and then the right side. So as far as Klipper knows, it was probing Z0 and then Z1, which is the reverse of the way they're wired up. So there's a couple of ways you could fix that. One, you could physically swap the cables. Two, you can go into the printer config and change the different step, dur, and enable pins and the UART pins between the two motors. Or you can go into your stepper config, or excuse me, into your printer config file. Let me come back down here to the full display again. So once again, you can swap your physical cables between the two Z motors. You can scroll down here to your Z section and swap these three pins between the two Z motors. So those three and these three between the two Z motors. But you also would have to do your UART pin under your TMC settings. So that's a little bit more complicated. Or, and this is what I did, is I came all the way down to our Z-tilt section and I just rotated these two sets of numbers. So instead of going, like on the ones I have highlighted now, instead of having 5,150 to probe the left side of the bed first, and then 280,150 to probe the right side, I switched it around to probe the right side first and then the left side of the bed. That's all you needed to do, because what was happening is it would get the right probing points and then it was adjusting in the opposite direction that it needed to bring it within calibration. So that was the issue, and that could have been causing some of the issues to why it felt like we kept binding on the Z-axis. So now that we've got that straightened out. So yeah, let's go ahead, and what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead, well, before I close out the interface. So you remember we were looking at BlackNet's GitHub page last stream, and this was where we were looking at the Klipper install information and some of his YouTube channel. He has a section here for mainsail themes. And if we go over there, he's got mainsail themes set up for different colors. So blue, green, orange, purple, red, white, and yellow. So I like blue, so I use the blue theme. So what you do is you come up to the FBR2 blue folder, and then you download all of these files. And you have to do them separately, because the only way that you can download the group is to download his entire repository, and I didn't want to do that because I didn't need everything. I just needed these 5 or 6 files. So you'll download these files, and then on your mainsail interface, under Machine, you're going to create a new directory here, which will be a hidden file. So do the checkbox under Hidden Files, and you're going to create a directory called .theme. Okay, .theme. And then you will take and upload those 7 files. And you don't even have to do a firmware restart. It'll automatically switch to that theme as soon as you create that folder and upload the information. Okay? So that's the easy way to do a theme if you ever want to do a theme. And just know that in order to see the .theme file once you create it, you have to come up here and say, check the hidden files button and make that checkbox there. Okay. So with that, I am going to go and shut things down because we're going to need to work on the physical install of, well, I'll say the physical install, the conversion of the printer or the screen there. We're going to open the bottom up and work on the underside of the printer. How about that? Like I said, English sometimes feels like a second language. And while I'm here, I'm going to take this particular cable, this power cable, because it's to one of the other printers, and I'm going to switch over to the Flying Bears once we use it. The only reason I'm doing this is because I'm trying to keep the cables associated with the printers that they go with, because I'm getting ready to go to the show. And Mrs. Dragon just brought me coffee. Okay. So let me just move something out of the way here so that I can flip the printer over safely, hopefully. Okay. So lift with your back, not your knees. And yes, I know I purposely said that backwards. Lift with your knees, not your back, folks. I'm just going to drop it down beneath the top of the desk a little bit and rotate it back. And there we go. Now, put the mouse back over there where it's safe. Now, one of the things that we're going to be looking at is another GitHub page. And that is a GitHub page by F. Beltro. I believe BR is Brussels or Belgium. Maybe Belarus. I'm not 100% sure. But he's got a MKS TS35 page here. And in this repository, realize you're not getting a good view of things there. In this repository here, gotcha. Okay, so that's a is that like a plugin then, Nick, that'll let you? Okay, I'll take a look at that later. So anyhow, in F. Beltrow's GitHub here, he talks about using the MKS TS35 with Klipperscreen on a Raspberry Pi and from scratch. Now this will work with anything that has a Raspberry Pi GPIO layout. If it matches the Raspberry Pi, Banana Pi M20, an Orange Pi, as long as it matches, or at least the critical pins match, this should still work with no problem. Okay? So the notes. It's mostly based on Willington's guide on how to connect the screen to a Raspberry Pi and run Klipperscreen, which is also based on other guides, so building on the backs of others. Due to some Linux kernel and Xwords changes, the touchscreen calibration would not work anymore, thus the necessity for this guide, which adds a bunch of changes. And you can see there's several things that have been updated and marked out. So the latest release from May 3rd of this year, and the kernel and drivers are updated and everything seems to work. So now we'll get into the wiring. Okay, and I'm going to switch you over to the full screen view so that you guys can actually see this a little bit better. But the wiring guide here is interesting, and I may actually just open. Can I open that? And yeah, that'll make it a little bit bigger. There we go. So a little bit bigger for you guys. So what I did was, in order to keep from destroying the cables, because at some point I may want to give this printer away and the individual may not be Clipper savvy or a power user and may want to turn this back into a Marlin based printer. That is why I am keeping the wireless module set aside specifically for this printer. In fact, I may actually tape it underneath the deck here just to make sure it stays with the printer and doesn't go missing. Hey, Zombie, how are you doing? So what I did was I bought several new sets of cables so that I can cut them up and use them to swap in for this printer. And then that way I can keep these cables, so if I ever need to swap them back, I have a set I can put on it. Okay, your drag racer is almost done. Very nice, very nice. We're going to get this plate out of the way here. Our screws out of the way. So it was the couple of things that I do here, and to make it easy, so I'll switch the screen while we converse here, which is so much harder to do when you're not on a solid surface with your mouse. No, that wasn't the right window. This is the right window. Okay, so you have an EXP1 and an EXP2. So the first thing to remember, or to try and remember, is which side of the connectors am I going to use, right? And which side, without having to open everything up, because we're going to have to take the display off and do a few other things here, possibly, to get in there, is EXP1 and EXP2, what's what. On your cables here, you'll have one wire that will be highlighted, okay? That highlighted color is always going to be pin 10, and pin 10 on EXP1 is a 5-volt pin. 10 pin on EXP2 is a 3.3 volt pin, okay? So you want to make sure that you have everything marked up right. So I always take my cables and I put one line for the one that I'm going to put into EXP1, 2 lines for what I put into EXP2. And somewhere down towards the other end, I do the same thing. So I know which side I'm working with. Okay? So then what I did was I cut off the ends of the cable, and with a X-Acto knife, I gently went between each one of these and just started my slice so that I could peel back my wires a bit and then begin to work on them individually. Okay? And so I started off with EXP1 because EXP1 is going to have the most used cables. We use 9 out of the 10 cables, right? So I just peeled it back. I went through and put DuPont connectors on the ends of all 9. And then I went through and just grabbed a couple of connectors. What I would have preferred was to have a full 2x20 header. I didn't. So then what I looked at was which size is what I need to be able to get all of my connectors in 2 of these. And that's what I went with. So we do have to be cognizant when we go to put these in of which direction they go and then which pins they go on. Okay? So this will be my primary connector, and I'm going to say primary because, once again, there's my highlighted cable, which means this is going to be a power pin, and the only power pin we wind up using is off of EXP1, and it goes to 5-volt power. So that means this is going to be at the top of my Raspberry Pi connector. We have a 5-volt power, and then these next 4 connectors, I'm going to take the 4 connectors that we already have in our Raspberry Pi and pull them out of their individual ones and stick them in here. So this becomes 1 block connector. We're going to have a gap of 4 pins, and then we're going to put the other connector in there, and that's going to make our set of connectors to plug our display in. So with that, it's really a case of just going slow. And like I said, I pinned out the wires that I was going to need based on this guide. You don't need to use all of the wires. And then it's just slowly going wire by wire. And in this case of EXP1, we use the first pin, which is goes into GPIO 17. So I figured out where GPIO 17 is on our Raspberry Pi connectors, and I put that in. And then I just worked my way through every single one of the connectors in order. So we put in EXP1 down here. Darn it. Let me go this way. So we put in EXP1 into the connector where GPIO 17 is going to be. And that is going to be the bottom right of this first set of connectors, right? And then number 2 is not getting connected to anything, so I actually snipped that one off. Then 3 is going to go to GPIO 18. Then 4 would get to GPIO 25, so on and so forth. So I just worked one after the other, putting it in, and then I validated that wiring like 3 times. I just went back, walked away for a little bit, came back, looked at that wiring again. So we should be good to go. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to come in here and take the lid off of my Pi. And I'm going to disconnect my wires here so I can take my lid off. Helps if you grab just the wires going into the Pi and not other wires. Because once again, I'm going to have to take the pins out of these connectors and add them to the other connectors that I've made here, right? So what I'm going to do is just use a pair of tweezers there we go. And we're just going to lift the little tab here, so it makes it easier if you push your wire and connector all the way in, so you can get your pair of tweezers up underneath the little tab, and then you can pull it out, and you just released it from that connector. Let me go ahead and I guess I bring you guys in a little closer this way. I'll just work from behind the camera. So once again, we're going to come back here to the back side of the connector, which is where you can see the little metal pushing through. Just push the wire all the way into the connector. That makes it a little bit easier to get the tip of your tweezers underneath that black tab there. Well, darn it. Should make it easier to get underneath there. You just want to lift that black tab up, and then you can pull the wire out. Just like that. And what we'll do is these are our power and ground. So the gray is our positive. Well, excuse me, the lighter ones are positive, the darker one is our negative. So once again, this is our connector that's going to go on the front because this is our highlighted ribbon cable piece. So this is 5-volt positive. So our other 5-volt positive is going to go right next to that because our pin out is 5-volt, 5-volt, and then ground on the Raspberry Pi connector. So we're going to plug in the other positive in here. Make sure that's fully seated. And then the negative will go in the next one. Just making sure I'm putting it in the right direction. Make sure that those are fully seated in there. And we're good. For some reason, I feel like that second positive isn't in there all the way, so I might have to, there we go. That made it. Okay. So there we have it. We've got positive, positive, negative. The next one is going to be transmit, which was our blue wire. And double and triple check that. Yes. Our blue wire here is will be our transmit from our Pi that goes to the receive of the board. So we'll take this connector out. This will go into the next outlet. The lighter one here is the one that goes from receive of the Raspberry Pi, which will be the next socket space, to the transmit on the controller. Then our final two pins down here wind up being GPIO 18. So this is the TFT BLK, and the beeper, which goes back here. So this is GPIO 17 and 18, or pins 11 and 12. So that becomes all of our old TFT connections are now into this pin as well. Okay. So we can take this first pin and it's going to go on the first sets of pins. Let's pull this out to make it a little bit easier for you guys to see. It's going to line up and go on the first set of pins. Once again, knowing that our first two pins on the outer edge of the board are our power for 5-volt. So that's set one. Our other set of pins, this will be the next set that goes in, and we're going to skip two sets of pins, and then we'll go in to this one because our top outer pin here is going to be GPIO 24, which is our SPI RS connector from EXP1. So once again, there's our EXP1. So that's how we kind of know how these go in. So we're going to skip two of our pins. So a gap of 2, and then we're going to plug in this other adapter. And the reason I like doing it this way is doing individual pins with DuPont connectors. They can kind of twist and get loose. And doing it in a full block housing like this, it provides a lot more stability for the pins and keeps them from moving around. Okay, so that's why it's really easy to sit down and go through your cables. And we'll do this one. So this is our EXP2. This is pin 10, which would be the highlighted cable, which would be the one that would go to 3.3 volt that we're not using. So pin 1 on this board would be GPIO 9 by our diagram. And so that's going to come over, we've got, yeah, this winds up being third up from the bottom of this connector would be GPIO 9. The one right up above it would be GPIO 11. And I'm looking at this. Let me double check this thought process real fast. All right, give me 1 second. Let me hold back and rethink. This is why we got to double check this. So pin 1 on EXP2 is GPIO 9. Pin 2 would be GPIO 11, which is actually on the inside. So 9 and 11, so 11. This is going to be 10. Gotcha. So I was about to put this connector in backwards from the way it should go in there. So it actually rotates around like this. Once again, skipping 2. Yes, that is correct. Yep. Okay. Yeah, that's why, definitely why you go slow and you just think your way through it. And makes life easier. Pull these around here. Because now's the point where, I mean, it's 5 volts, but we could still short something out and make things not like itself. So we definitely want to be careful of that. And I just realized the way I put that on there, this is going to be, need to run my cover through here, or at least these through my cover. That one goes that way. This is the 9, which goes on the inside towards me. Get 2 pins. Plug that in. That'll make it a little bit easier. We can put this down here. That back in there. Put our lid back on. And then we just have to replace our 2 EXP1 and EXP2 connectors on the display. And what we can do is you can either take the display completely off, which is one way, or we know that this is EXP2, or should be EXP2. Might be EXP1. Let me double check with a little bit of light. No, so this EXP1 and then EXP2. So we're going to take EXP2, disconnect it, and then we'll take our EXP2, our cable with our 2 ticks on it, and we'll plug this in. And your little tab goes to the top of the display, which is in this case furthest away from us. So we'll just do a little bit of feeling around to find our connector. There it is. Trying to do this without taking the display completely out of the printer, partly because I'm not sure how many screws or where the screws are at for it to get it out would be. There we go. So that one's in EXP2. Then we'll take the other one out. Once again, EXP1 tab up at the top. So we'll grab our EXP1 cable, denoted with the 1, tab it at the top, and we will feel around for that one. And go plug that one in. Be 1,000 times easier without this tab in the way. Or if I just broke down and pulled the display out. Darn it. Had it right there and slipped. Let there be light. This would definitely be a lot easier if this tab wasn't there. So we've got our physical wiring connected in. We can go ahead and pull our EXP1 and 2 out of the board. By doing them one at a time, we know that we got them in the right order. And once again, we've got our 2 cables here. I didn't cut these off because I didn't know if these were anything that we could potentially use down the road to add like a reset button or something like that to add functionality. So I didn't cut these ones off. We're just going to push that aside, or push that in there, keep it out of the way. And next up would be software, which means we will need to apply power back to this. So I do want to at least hang the fan back up in the right spot. Okay. Users aside. So now that we've done our physical install of this cabling, which once again, the hardest part is really stripping these wires back. And like I said, the best way to do it is I've got some small round slap mats, any type of surface that you can cut on. And with your X-Acto blade, don't try and cut a long strip. Just start the cut at the end of your cable like I did here, just like maybe a few millimeters to a centimeter. And then you can peel it back real easy after that. And these peel very well. It's not like some others that I've worked with where they don't peel worth a darn. These do peel really well and pretty easily, so that was nice. Let's try and maybe get those out of the way a bit. So next up is to do the software. So we've done a physical wire, and we're going to need to do some software. And in order to do the software, we have to apply power because we need our Raspberry Pi back up. So we're going to go ahead and say we're good. We'll cover things up, and we will set the printer back up so that we can do our software install now. I am finding that doing my wiring, if I can like sit down at the table or at my desk, have it up, have that wiring diagram up like full screen view, and then just go really slow and methodically. I went through and got all the pins crimped for the one cable, and then went through and installed those into the headers. And then I crimped all the pins that were going to be necessary on the second cable and added those into the two header pins, and then very methodically went through and looked at them multiple times, because if you're not careful, you will put them in backwards. And I would probably say if I could have put like some type of label on it. I could have just printed something out or put a small piece of tape on the one side that would say, like this direction or something like that. So I knew which direction would be the lower or the higher pin numbers, so that I would have known how to put those in. It would have just made it a little bit easier and reduced the chance of making a faux pas. But I'll slide this back around again because we're going to set the printer back up. Okay, And this way I can keep you guys in here and you should be able to see the screen as we start going through here and doing things. Actually, first, we're most likely going to, we'll be doing some software stuff here. And what I'm going to be doing is literally copy, paste, copy, paste, copy, paste. So let me get, let's go to full display. I'll bring up PuTTY. Guess we actually need to turn the printer on before we can connect to it. So how's everybody doing this evening? Sorry, I've been kind of face down and not really paying attention to chat, so not being a good streamer host. Shenanigans, welcome on in. In fact, give me a second and I will flip through here and see who all's on. Give everybody a shout out here. Welcome on in, Creatix Brit, Drapsnat, Hindered Spirit, Kata, Mark Zink, Nick, Papa Bear Yelnats, Ram Online, Shenanigans, Small Streamer, Tech Jeeper, Timor, and Sharpia. Welcome on in, everybody. Welcome on in. So few names here I'm not as familiar with. So definitely welcome on in. We do, I guess, give me 1 second here and we'll go back and do the whole shenanigans here. Welcome on in. Thank you for everybody that's come in while I was working underneath under the deck of the printer. Welcome on into the Dragon's Den. My name is Digital Dragon. I am a 3D printing variety streamer here on Twitch. What that means is we do everything from assembling printers like the Flying Bear Reborn 2 that we're working on today, to modding those printers like we're doing today, to full up printer builds such as the Voron 2.4 right here and the 0G Mercury 1. I do prototyping as well. So this was a prototype build under a closed beta. It's now open, doing a public beta now. I've also worked on the trad rack, which is up here. That's a little bit harder to see. I do all types of 3D printing stuff. I'm in the process of doing my first full body cosplay setup. Hopefully to have it done in time for Halloween. And I thought I had everything printed, and then I realized I have a few more files to print. So I've got to get those queued up and printed while I start assembling and sanding and priming and sanding and painting and sanding and painting more on the rest of the outfit. But today we started off, we just assembled the Flying Bear Reborn 2 on the first stream. Then we did the initial Marlin install and set up our Cura slicer and got some, pushing plastic. Had some success, but we had some over extrusion issues. Got those sorted out, and then we added the OEM upgrades, which are the PEI bed sheet and an auto bed leveling sensor. Got those running under Marlin. Then we did an upgrade to Klipper, which was the addition of our Raspberry Pi underneath there. And now we're going the next step further to convert the stock display, the MKS TF35 display, to Klipperscreen. So yeah, and when you're doing wiring, you really want to stay focused when you're doing that, especially if you're doing mains wiring, and especially if you're doing something like, what Nero 3D and Daniel, aka Modbot, and Steve Bills were recently doing with their Mellow VZBot kits, which you're dealing with both 24 volt and 48 volt. And if you get those mixed up, you're going to have a lot of sparky sparks. So you had mains, 48 and 24 volt. So those, I would definitely do stuff on stream, but I wouldn't power it on until the next stream because I want to take the time to go through and trace every single wire and make sure I had it all right, going to the right one before I flip the switch on one of those. Yeah, a proclivity for punching the PSUs and knocking them off the mounts. Yep. That was funny when he did that. Okay, so I'm going to do a quick check here. I am back up and running, so my Raspberry Pi is up and running. So I'll come back to our documentation. And we need to SSH into our Raspberry Pi. So once again, we put in our IP address, which is 192.168.10.242. We're going to connect on port 22. And we're going to log in as Pi. Default password of Raspberry. And we're up and running. So once again, it's just like, I'll say, installing Klipper with Kaya or anything else. We're going to do some copy paste. So what we're doing here is we're going to create a file, or we're going to update a file called xwrapper.config. So if you're not familiar with Unix, your xorg x server, that is your windowing server on a Linux box. And we need to add a line. So we just need to add this one line all the way down at the bottom. Really. It says needs _root_rights equals yes. So it needs to run as root permissions. We'll do a Control X, Y, and Enter to save that file. Now we need to install an OpenGL driver. So we'll copy this, paste it over here, and hit Enter to run that command. And this is a sudo apt install git driver -test -y. What that -y does was just say yes to the confirmation of, do you want to install this? It saves you a couple of keystrokes and some time. Okay, so that's done. Now we need to set up the frame buffer, and we need to install a bunch of libraries. Now I'm going to try and just copy this series of commands, but each one of these is basically a separate, line enter to make the command. So we'll see if it works, or if I'm going to wind up having to manually copy and paste it one line at a time, or if it will actually run through the whole thing. Fingers crossed, we'll see. It looks like it's going to at least start doing that. Oh, I'm realizing I'm not showing my full display. There we go. Now you guys see what I'm talking about. So I'm going to go through here and expand this down a little bit so I can try and see if it did all of the commands. So there we go. So we told it to do a series of commands, and those commands would have been sudo apt install. So it would have read the packages, built the dependencies. Make is already, so CMake is already the newest version, so it didn't need to do anything. It cloned, so we did a CD into the right directory, and then we cloned the RPi FBCP software from GitHub. Pull it down, did it. Receiving. Then it went into that directory and did a build. So it should have went into CD build, did the make, and then finally should have done a sudo install. It should be there from the looks of it. So the next thing up is we're going to create the service. So we've installed the new software, and this is some new display or frame buffer that we put there. So now we're going to create a service that will use that new frame buffer. So we do a file creation, and then we need to copy some settings here for that file. So we're just going to copy this, come into our window, right click, and it'll paste all that information. So it's going to create a unit, service, and the install target. Once again, we'll need to save that. So we'll do a Control X to exit out. Yes, we want to save that frame buffer, and then enter to save it as the name that we initiated the file open with. And then we're going to enable that service. This basically turns that service on and starts it up. And if everything is good, then we should be there. Now we need to make a change to our Raspberry Pi boot up configuration. So we're going to go in and copy that, and we're going to do a nano against that file, the boot config. And we need to make one change where we find the DT overlay. And it's a very minor change. So we're just going to scroll down through here to find that DT overlay for the display. And it's right here at the bottom where I have my cursor. And it's DT overlay equals VC4 hyphen. And we're going to change it from KMS to FKMS. Okay. And then we're going to scroll all the way down to the bottom. And we're going to add some more information. Now, it wants us to do a DT overlay, disable Bluetooth. That's already there. But since we're going to copy this whole block of data, we'll just backspace over that. And right click to add that information at the bottom, which adds all the basic parameters for the display. Once again, we're done editing, so we'll do a Control X, a Y, and an Enter, and we should be good to go. Now it says we need to reboot the host and reconnect. And after we reboot, Klipperscreen should load the console screen. So we should see something on our display. So we'll go back to, we'll do the browser window view. Okay, and I will initiate a reboot. And if everything goes well now, should reboot, and hopefully we'll see something here on our display. Let's see, did we see a flicker or did I? Oh, there we go. Yep, now we've got our display coming up. I know I need to try and get a weird angle to get it. There we go. We've got our Klipperscreen. So just like that, we've got Klipperscreen. Now it does say we need to do a couple of more things to run through a touchscreen calibration. So I'm going to sit you guys down here, and I'm actually going to lower you guys so that we can get a better look at the display. Get you guys a little bit closer to the display basically. I'll raise you back up in a little bit. There we go. Okay, and so there's a few more commands we need to do. We need to install some libraries, and once again, this is to enable us to be able to do a calibration of the screen. I mean, I should be able to move around, but as you see, I'm clicking on the right-hand side, and you're seeing it highlight on the left side. So that's why we need to do this calibration. So once again, we're going to go back into PuTTY. And we're going to run some commands. And once again, we're just following the directions on the setup screen here. So we'll go back to full display. And I just copied this initial block right here. And we're installing the software for the calibration. And then we'll need to run through and do the calibration. So how's everybody doing tonight? I know Zombie and Pez Liz are still trying to get finalized for their trips out to Earth. I am too. I'm slowly getting down. I've got 2 printers packed already. I've got the Fabrico Rook that I redid the tool head over to a Sentinel on, and realized that I'm just like a millimeter short on the nozzle length. In other words, the fan shrouds, the cooling fan shrouds hit the build plate before the actual print nozzle does. And it was throwing me off because I was like, we just installed that same thing on the Rook 2020. Why is it not working? And I remembered on the Rook 2020, I installed the CHC head using a Micro Swiss heatsink, which is like 2 to 3 millimeters taller than the stock Rook one. So I had to order one of those and overnight it. So it should get here Thursday, so I can get that installed and then get that one packed. The Iron Dragon, the Trident, is already offline and sitting on the ground. So, okay. Next up, we need to find our display so that we can do the next piece. So we're going to copy this command to list our displays. And then Kyber Dragon, I'm going to take that offline tomorrow. And the 0G that's behind me that we were talking about. By the way, hello, Turtle Crawler. Welcome on in. My apologies. The 0G is about to get shut off, and I'm going to prep that so that I can put a Klipperscreen on it at the show. I'm afraid to put the screen on and then put it in the truck to transport it because I might break it off. It's a little flimsier. So, but okay, so we just did the display to figure out what our display is. Let me open this up a little bit. I believe it's the ADS 7846 touchscreen. So we've got our device listed here. You should see the SPI screen ID and name like this, ADS 7864 coordinate information matrix, blah, blah, blah. You can either run the calibration routine with your display name ID. So it gives us 2 commands to try and run this. Yeah, and we'll just do it with the device name of ADS 75864 touchscreen. So I will copy this top command here. We're going to enter that. And it should put us into a calibration routine, as you will see on the screen. So let me go back over here. Okay, and it says follow the instructions on the touchscreen. It does suggest using a stylus for more precise. I don't have a stylus, but what I do have is a pair of tweezers with a rubber nub on it. So hopefully this works. Hey, Ram Online, how's it going? Well, that shut off real fast. So let's actually rerun that last command. Okay, and press that, press that, press that, press that. We've now done the 4 coordinates. Now if I click on move, it should register the move, which it does. And we can say home, and we should get a home on the printer. And what I'll do is I'm going to hit home here. Actually, let me change. Yeah, that one will work. I'll hit home, home all, and you should be able to see up here it's going to do its homing routine. And it is homing at 2020 right now because I was working on a print and I had to go and make some changes to my starting print macro. Basically what happened was I was doing a multi-layer print or a filament change at specific layer heights, and I got stuck in a meeting and the idle timeout ran out. And once that happens, the only way that you can get a print going again is to rehome the printer. So I had to modify the file so that I had just the commands left to print the last color change that I needed. And then I had to rehome. Well, with the big print sitting right in the middle of the plate, you can't home right to the middle of the plate. So I was able to run my home and still do my Z-tilt on either side, and then tell it to start printing again and go from there. So needless to say, long story short, I do need to come over to our browser window. There we go. Browser window. Try again to get connected here. And I need to go into my start print macros. And in this case, it's I'm going to remove the bed mesh, that one, and the line purging. Okay, should be good now. So the other thing that we can do, now that I just did that, is we've just, let's see, where else are we at? Whoops. So we've got all of this installed. We've got our X11 installed, final checks, reboot the machine to the display. We just did a home using the display, so we know that that's working. The extra is to connect up the buzzer for Marlin like M300 to play a tone. So once again, this is the issue, is you remember that we had these commands like you see right here, where it sets up the MCU for the RPi, the serial to temp Klipper host MCU. That's going to look very much like these sets of commands right here. MCU RPi, serial, And then output pin with the GPIO for the buzzer with PWM is true, right? So this stuff was already there, and this is what was tripping us up. But the interesting thing is, the screen has an active buzzer that can be used by Klipper macros to play tones differently from the LCD itself, which is fed with 5 volt. The buzzer logic level is 3.3 volt, fed by Raspberry Pi GPIO logic level, requiring one more wire to be connected, which in this case would be the GPIO 17. Now, Flash RPi microcontroller service is described in this documentation so Klipper can access the Raspberry Pi GPIOs. So this is where we need to go into this set, and this is where you're going to add your RPi as a secondary MCU. This was what was tripping us up because it was looking for the RPi as an MCU, and we hadn't installed Klipper to use the RPi, the Raspberry Pi, as a secondary MCU. That's what caused us the trouble on Saturday, which led to, 5 hours of troubleshooting RAM Online? Well, the reason it was tripping us up is because we hadn't installed this. We would need to run the Raspberry Pi as a secondary MCU just to make the only reason we need to do it right now is to make this screen do a beep. If we don't care if it beeps or not, we don't have to do it. If we want to rerun Input Shaper for our printer on our print surface, then we would rerun that. We would need to have the Raspberry Pi set up as a secondary MCU so that we can use our Input Shaper dongle, right? So it's something you don't always do, but in this case we would need to do because we're running the display the way we are. So once again, we're going to do a bunch of copy, paste, blah, blah, blah. So I would go over to full display mode. And we need to install some scripts. So once again, we're going to CD into our Klipper folder. We'll copy a script and then run that script. And this is going to enable the Klipper MCU service. It was pretty quick. Then we need to build the microcontroller code. So this is where we need to do a make menu config again so that we can set up the microcontroller architecture to a Linux process. So we'll say enter to run our make menu config. I don't believe we need our low level, so we will we'll remove that. Our microcontroller architecture is going to be a Linux process, and that's it. Bada bing, bada boom. That's all we need. Because it tells us right here, we're going to configure for a Linux process. So in the menu, set the microcontroller architecture to Linux process, save and exit. So we're done there. We're going to say Q, Y for yes to save that configuration. Then it's going to tell us to do a sudo service Klipper stop, make flash, and then start it again. Before we do that, because we've done make menu config before in the past, over here, I'm going to do a make clean, which will clear out the previous make that we did for the actual MKS Nano 6 board. If we don't do that, then it could get confused and add some extra stuff there. Hey, Major Gamer Geek, how you doing? Am I getting hyped for Earth? I am hyped, stressed, and losing my mind. I've got the original Rook Mark 1, which is Gold Dragon, and the Rook 2020 builds, packed in, well, in the box, partially packed right now. I've got the Fabrico Rook sitting on my desk. I need to take the tool head back apart and swap out the stock Rook heatsink for a Micro Swiss CR10 heatsink because it's a little bit longer and the Rook heatsink's like 1 millimeter too short, and the fan shrouds for the part cooling hit before the nozzle does. So I need to swap that out. I need to take the bottom cover off of the 0G. So here, let me switch you back here. So on the 0G, I need to take the bottom deck panel off so I can take the front shroud out and put in the parts for the Klipperscreen. And I'm going to do that because this printer is going to sit at KB3D's booth, and I can't guarantee that I will get wireless connectivity from my table to his booth. And at least with Klipperscreen, somebody can go and start prints on the printer off the display. So yeah, so I need to swap that out. It's already got the Klipperscreen config, so we may have to play with it at the show. But I'm going to get the front skirt panels replaced with the shorter skirt panels, and then I'll add the actual screen, or yeah, I'll add the Klipperscreen once we get there, because I'm afraid of it sits out the front of the printer so far that I may break it. So I'll fix that. Kyber Dragon over here in the corner is printing a few more things off, and tomorrow I'll take that one offline and get that one ready to go. Get it downstairs ready to go in the truck. So I'll have Kyber Dragon and Iron Dragon, which is normally sitting right here. It's sitting on the floor all ready to go. Those will be going and sitting at my table. This one's going to be sitting at KB3D's booth. I think the Rook 2020 is going to sit at KB3D's booth. And then I'll have Gold Dragon and the Fabrico Rook at my table, unless Fabrico wants it at their table. I'd have no problem putting the Fabrico Rook over there. So yeah, all kinds of stuff going on. So I will tell you, so you guys may know my buddy, FHW, Free Heathen Workshop. I was hoping he was going to jump on here. He hasn't come over here yet. I sent him a picture of this, but he, so he made the, so it's a weird mashup. So I think somebody made, so he made the back panel, and he's got the holes so that he can mount them. So he has tiles of these behind his printer up on his wall. And then somebody else made the background piece that comes off the side here that I'll show you when I flip it around. And then I added my logo. So this is like a 3-person mashup to get this print. But this is the Digital Dragon logo. So Free Heathen has one of these hanging behind his printer for his stream. I've got one printed out, and I'm going to print one like this out for KB3D as well. If I can find some orange PLA. If not, I may have to reslice it and do it in ABS. But yeah, these are cool little prints. So these are going to go up probably hanging from the ceiling somewhere around here for the show. or for the stream. So we're doing this, and this is Polymaker Galaxy Black, Polymaker Silk Gold, and Jesse Red PLA. So yeah, and then I've got a drag racer I'm taking, and a second frame for the drag racer, and Evil Diesel is finishing up the mechanism builds, hopefully having them built and moving tonight so that we can try and, I don't know, put some time behind the sticks tomorrow or Thursday. So for those of you that don't know, the death racers that Evil Diesel and I drove at Murph, the first time we moved those under their own power was at Murph. Like the only stick time I had was playing with it some Saturday morning before everybody showed up. Hey, Chewy, how's it going, my friend? How's it going? So yeah, so we're playing around today, Chewy. We've made progress. You're gonna have to look at the VOD to see all that we've done. But so far we have done the physical install of the wires. So where are we at here? Let me go full display. Hey, exactly. I don't think anybody's going to rush build a mechanism at the show, because putting those wheels together sucks. I do not have firsthand experience, but I have heard these horror stories from Scott, Edge of 3D, and Evil Diesel had to go get some new parts because I think he chucked one across the room. He got so frustrated and needed to go get some more washers and stuff to put it back together. But yeah, they're a lot more complex than the standard tracks, you know. So they're going to be fun to play around with. So what we've been working on, Chewy, and we're getting ready to have an ad break. Or we're in an ad break, so not sure if everybody's subscribed, so I will hold off for just a short bit before going through what we've, rehashing what we've done so far. But yeah, Major Gamer Geek, I'm looking forward to having, my table at Earth this year and seeing everybody. I've got I've got the tablecloth so I can hide all my clutter at the table for this show. I've got stickers. My wife made me 2 different styles of business cards, so we'll have some business cards on the table as well. I have printed off on the printer that we're working on right now. So let me switch my scene back. I've printed off a couple of little dishes, and I'm going to have some Hershey's Kisses at the table. So if you guys need a snack fix, I'll have some on the table. And some of these card holders, and I'm going to be able to put stickers and cards in them. So I'll have a set at my table and another set probably over at KB3D's table with a couple of my printers. Yeah. And then also, there's going to be more of these printed, but for those of you that know, what just happened there? Hey, Pezlis, thank you for the subscribe. Thank you. Welcome in. Welcome in. We've been working on the printer some, and we've been chatting. Major Gamer Geek was asking me about the if I'm getting excited. Yes, I will have stickers. I have 1,000 stickers, and I think either 500 or 1,000 cards They have my logo and all of my socials on it. So, smoke escaped on Saturday. What'd you smoke, Gamer Geek? Oh, did you smoke your Death Racer? Oh, you subscribed for 4 months. But when you resubscribed, you subscribed for 3 months. So yeah, if you guys want to subscribe, it's September right now. So your 1 and 3 month subscriptions are 25% off. 6 months and longer subscriptions are 30% off. So if you ever want to subscribe to somebody and help out the channel, now's a good time to do it. It's a little bit less expensive for you to do so, and it does help me out. So that's really cool. Thank you so much, Pez Liz, for that. It does help me offset the costs of all these cool printers that you guys want me to play with. And as you guys know, we've talked about it before. I am picking up the Ender 3 Core XY kit that Additiva 3D makes. Scott with Edge of 3D is bringing that to Earth for me. And we did confirm that it comes with the ByQ H2 V2S extruder. So one of these extruders and a Big Tree Tech SKR Mini E3V3. So what that means is I will be doing a giveaway for this extruder. And I wanted to do it before Earth, which I leave for Earth on Friday. So that means we're going to be doing a giveaway for this on Thursday. So if you guys would like a ByQ H2 V2S extruder, be here on Thursday. I will be running a giveaway on Thursday. I've got to figure out how to do said giveaway. I think I know how to do it with the Own 3D, but I will be doing that giveaway on channel Thursday. So be here, and we will be doing this. I will probably wait. I won't open the giveaway right when the stream starts. I will probably wait until about this time, about 7 o'clock, for everybody that's on the West Coast that may want to participate. But I will run that giveaway on Thursday night. And then that way I can get your all's information. And if the winner is going to be at Earth, I will bring it with me to Earth. If not, then I will get it shipped out, or I will leave it with Mrs. Dragon to ship out for me while I leave and head to Earth. Okay? And also for the winner, if you have a belt printer, or if you want to do belt printing and you want to use this on your belt printer like I did, I do have a set of 0.4, 0.6, and 0.8 Mark 8 brass nozzles. They're the ones that are a little bit more pointed that you can use. Just let me know if that was your intent, and I will throw these nozzles in with it. Guess I can throw the nozzles in regardless, though. We'll do that. We'll throw the nozzles in regardless, because I'm not going to have a need for them. Okay? And okay, got you, Chewy. Yeah, I'll look at that and I'll reach back out to you. I'll reach back out to you after this. So once again, we've been working on, I really wish I knew why that screen keeps going blank on me. We've been working on this printer. We did the full set, so we built it on one stream. We installed the updated firmware and got Cura set up for it. that was a little frustrating because the Cura setup instructions, well, they're all done with YouTube videos. And just like YouTube videos, they work great until the first revision or the first change. And if they don't go back and remake those videos and they change file names, then things don't work right, you know? You just didn't want me to forget again, or you didn't want to forget again. But we worked our way through it. Then we installed Klipper on it, then we installed the OEM upgrades still under Marlin, which included the PEI bed sheet and the auto bed leveling sensor. We got that going, and that went very smoothly. Everything was working great. Yay. We were getting good prints. Then we installed Klipper, and that was a little frustrating because there was a couple of lines in the config that are set up to be able to use the beeper on the display. In order to do that, you have to install your Raspberry Pi as a secondary Klipper MCU. And we hadn't done that yet, but those settings were in the base config file that I got from 3D Print SOS, Fedora over on YouTube. And I was very frustrated, but we worked through it. It took us, so we streamed for 8 hours on Saturday, and it was about 5 hours of troubleshooting, and just banging our heads, and Ram Online was helping us go through troubleshooting, and several people were helping me go through troubleshooting. And I will say, hats off to everybody. For 8 hours, we still averaged over 14 people on stream, which is one of my higher averages for the stream. And over an 8-hour stream where 5 of that was, what should have been 5 minutes, was 5 hours of banging our heads. So that was awesome. I think we all learned a lot. It was just basic troubleshooting and stuff, right? How to get yourself out of that trouble. So that was very good. That was fun. Thanks, Pez Liz. I know she got a lot of coffee drinking in while we were doing that. So yes, good job. Hey, Britt, welcome back. So now we've been going through and we've been following, let me go back to our full display view here. So we've been following a set of instructions by Beltrow, okay? BR, I think that's what, Belarusian? I don't know. We've been following instructions by this handsome gentleman here for the MKS TS35. That is the stock display that we have in this printer. And really, we're going through following this instructions. The hardest part was doing this pinout here. And what I did, rather than cut up the stock cables, I ordered a bunch of new flat ribbon cables and cut the ends off and created my own cable connectors for this. So basically what you do is the one side that plugs into the display is your EXP1 and EXP2. Those stay in the standard connectors. You cut the other ones off, you crimp DuPont connectors on them, and then you go through and you match them up to the right GPIO pins. So I created a couple of DuPont blocks that we then connected into the Raspberry Pi. Ooh, you're going to walk and have dinner with Clockspring. That would be awesome. Say hi to him for me and everybody. He's a great designer. That is awesome. Okay. So I did that off stream just because, one, it's crimping. Two, it's crimping tiny wires, which is a little fiddly, though this time it wasn't nearly as bad. And then it's very meticulously going through and making sure that we put them all in the right places, right? So that we don't fry the board, because that would be bad, or fry the display, which would be even worse. But we got it done. So once we get it installed, we need to install some software. But at this point, I will tell you, when we booted the printer, it still booted up, which is good. So physical install didn't blow anything up, right? We didn't release any magic smoke. And then we came through and we did the software install, where we installed basically a frame buffer that fakes it out and makes it look like a good Klipperscreen for the Raspberry Pi. So we did all this software install. We modified a couple of configuration files. We added a couple of services. We modified our boot up config. And then we did a reboot and our screen came up, right? And we added Klipperscreen. The problem is our touch calibration was all over the place. I touched something on the right-hand side and the left side highlighted, right? So that's not good. You did your glasses, cannot read, but it is all screen. Okay, so I will make these links available in the description for the VOD afterwards, so you know where I'm getting this stuff from. Okay, I will do that. And then we ran our touchscreen calibration, and lo and behold, everything's working. So you will see this is how they did the individual DuPont connectors. I could have very well just did individual connectors. The problem is these can get jostled, like moving the printer from the workbench to its new home could jostle it enough that you get a bad connection and all of a sudden the screen's not working anymore, right? And you're taking the printer back apart. That's why I use the 2x or the double row of DuPont connectors. They just give you a more secure connection. And we went through our touchscreen calibration and everything was working. Now to get our buzzer working, this is the set of commands where we had the MCU RPi, and it creates a serial connection to the temp Klimper host MCU. That's what was tripping us up on Saturday. So at one point I did comment that MCU RPi out, thinking it was there just for him to do his input shaper, but I didn't comment out the other lines, which then threw an error. Rather than commenting those out, I just re-uncommented the MCU, and we kept going down the troubleshooting rabbit hole. Very, very painful. Go watch that stream. About 5 hours in, it gets easier when I figured it out. But now we've gone in and we've uncommented this, and yes, I believe the macro's there. This is uncommented. What we're having to do is go and install Klipper on the Raspberry Pi, making the Raspberry Pi another host MCU. So we installed the Klipper script, and then we just did our make menu config. And before we run these next 3 commands, I went in and did a make clean, because if we don't, there could be some artifacts left over from the last make that would confuse things. So you always do a make clean if you've run a make menu config on a printer before. So we're going to copy these, we'll paste them and run them. And what this is going to do is stop the Klipper service, run the make, and flash the Raspberry Pi with the Klipper MCU, and then start the Klipper service again. And because we stopped Klipper, the screen goes to a state where it says, hey, Moonraker isn't started, Klipper's not started, or excuse me, Moonraker is connected, but Klipper is disconnected because we had stopped the service. Now we restarted the service. It should pick that back up on the Klipper screen. Now, here's something I'm going to do. It says, if there's a permission denied error, run this command. It's just as easy to run the command because if you get a permissions denied, then you got to run another command. Just run it now. It's not going to hurt anything. And then the next piece here is go add those lines back to your Klipper settings. So if we come back over to the Flying Bear, you'll see in our printer config file, we did go ahead and uncomment our MCU information and then the beeper information. So I will save and restart, which should bring our Klipper screen back up, hopefully, once everything's reinitialized. Should bring the Klipper screen back up. Yeah, so I'm looking at the, oops, not that one, this one. So I'm looking at the screen right now, and I tried the retry button over here on the right, and it says connecting to printer. It may just be that I need to do a system reboot. So we'll actually try a system restart from the screen. Are you sure? Yes, accept. And it should go through and do a host reboot of the Raspberry Pi, which should bring things up. Hey, Westry One, how are you doing, sis? How are you doing? So if anybody happens to be over in the Free Heathens stream, he's been streaming a lot. Please ping him and ask him when he's coming over here because I need to show him some things. So our Klipper screen interface is back up, so that's good. We'll say try again over here in our web browser, and that's going to come back up. And we're back up fine and dandy. And once again, you see our nice new interface here. Once again, let me show you what we did there. We followed the instructions over here on BlackNet 76 page for the Flying Bear Reborn 2, which is one of the pages we looked at to talk about installing Klipper on the Flying Bear Reborn 2. And he has a series of mainsail themes. And those themes are blue, green, orange, purple, red, white, yellow, so on and so forth. I'm doing good, Westry One. How are you doing? Hope you're feeling better and getting your stamina back from your bout with COVID. So I've installed the blue, and so what you would do is come in here and you're basically going to download this folder and its contents. There is a, I can't remember who posted the link, but there is a link where you can, take this folder, copy that URL, bring it over here and paste it and hit enter. And it's going to download, zip those up and download it. So you now have a zipped folder. Unfortunately, in standard GitHub, I have no ability to download. I can copy path, copy permalink. You know, there's certain things that you can do, but you would either have to open these up and download them individually, or come back up here and do his entire repository, which I didn't want to do. So thank you to whomever that showed me this page. This is awesome. And in fact, while I'm sitting here, I'm going to bookmark this tab. So thank you. Very appreciative. So now we have those files. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to revert what I did here. So I'm going to go into here. I'm going to highlight all these files, and I'm going to say delete. And just like that, you saw the interface changed back and went back to nothingness. I will delete that directory. And what it tells you to do is you're going to create a directory. So you want to create directory. You're going to name that directory .theme, T-H-E-M-E, all lowercase. And you may notice that it disappears because a dot folder is a hidden folder on Linux. And this is a web interface to a Linux file system. So go to your cog, or I guess let's come back to full display here. So you'll go to your cog and you'll click to check the hidden files box. And that's what gets you your .theme folder. Okay? So we'll click on there and you'll need to upload a set of files. Now we've got these files in a zip, which I don't think we can extract a zip. So I'll go ahead and extract all those files real fast. And then we'll come back here and we're going to upload a file. And we've got that folder, mainsail themes, blue. And we want to take all of these files. So Control A to highlight all of them. And we'll say open. And it installs all those files. And as soon as it uploads all those files, you should see your interface change with that theme. And that's it. You now have a customized theme with the different icons on there, the different color schemes, and all that good stuff. That's how easy it is. And now you've got a cool little display here. And you can still go in and change things up. If you don't like that particular shade of blue, you can go in to your standard UI settings, which is the cog up here at the very top right corner. You can click the double cog there. Scroll down to your UI settings. And this is where you can change your logo color and your primary color. Yeah. Just play around with it if you like. I know I tend to move my macros over to the right-hand side just to make them easier to get to, and it also brings the extruder stuff up for me some. So, oh, awesome. You sold some more stuff on Poshmark and you're off to the post office. Nice. Well, thank you for stopping and saying hi, Pezliz. Glad you're doing good. So yeah, so now we're up and running. I'm going to switch our view back over to, it's this one. Yeah. So in this view, we've got our main camera, so you can see the build plate as we start to do things. And in the lower right you're seeing the secondary camera, which right now is pointing at the screen down at the bottom front of the printer. Okay, and I will call out, because I was telling Maker Millwright, aka the Free Heathen, that I was going to show some things on the stream tonight, and he's dawdling. So I got this printed out. This was made by my good friend Free Heathen Workshop, aka Maker Millwright, and he asked me to throw my logo on this so that he could print it out. And this is actually twice the size. So I did 200% in X and Y because I wanted it a little bit bigger. But he's got all of these various tiles hung up behind his printer so that they're available on his screen. And so the octagon is the octagon was created by somebody, Maker Millwright, through the back plate, and then the logo was extrapolated from my the Digital Dragon logo by Evil Diesel, and I just grabbed it and threw it on here and mashed this all together in Tinkercad so that I can put this up on the wall behind me. And I may take the Polymaker logo and throw it on here on one of these, and so I will set these up possibly hanging across the top back there. Maybe do a French cleat or something and hang these along the back. Get a KB3D one up there as well, since he sponsors me. He helps feed my addiction for printers. So, yeah. The other thing is we've got a worker bat by the name of Jack. And this is Maker Millwright. One again. This is normally one of his miniatures. This is a 300% size. And I told Maker Millwright that he's going to be sitting here supervising tonight. I won't be able to leave him on here unless I put magnets, because this printer does... I'm pushing the speeds a little bit now that it's on Klipper, and it does move a little bit. And you'll see that. But he's been supervising all night. And you got to watch these little guys because he's a worker bot. And the worker bots like to tinker. So you may come back to your workshop the next day and something's put together. Something may be torn apart. They're like little workshop gnomes. They just do things. They supervise. They procreate. So you may go to bed and then come back in the next day and there's like 4 or 5 more around the shop. You never know. But what I'm going to do here is, now that we've got Klipperscreen going, one, I actually need to put some filament back on the printer. So let's grab our aqua blue and get our aqua blue loaded back up on the side here. And of course, I put my snips away and I'm going to need them now. Let me grab my snips. And we're going to feed our printer. Whoops. Feed some filament into our printer. And so far, this has actually worked really well. I was concerned with the extruder as to whether or not it was going to be really easy to grab filament and load it. And simply all I've had to do is get the filament right up there and just apply a little bit of pressure as I tell it to... Actually, I don't even think I need to apply any pressure. What I do need to do is temperature. We're going to go PLA. And it's going to start heating to a preset of 195 and for the hot end and 40 for the bed. Kind of low for the bed, but that's okay. It'll be good enough for us to load filament. What's that, Ram Online? Do a theme on the rat rig? because I know there's several rat rig themes out there. Some of them have install scripts that make everything I just did very easy. Otherwise, like I said, it's download a few files, create a directory, upload them into the directory, and then boom, it just happens. We still have this printer named as Flying Bear Reborn 2. We haven't given it any other name yet. So if we want to name this printer, once again, let's try and keep to the dragon theme. So feel free to throw some suggestions out here or put some suggestions in the Discord. So while this is heating up, I guess let me do some quick shout outs. Westery One. So for those of you that don't know Westery One, I call her my little sister from another mister. She is another Twitch streamer. She just started back up again. She was on a short little hiatus dealing with some COVID. But she does various 3D printing streams, whether just chat and chills. She does some cosplay builds. She's had a couple that have been in the works that she hasn't been able to. She's been able to finish, but she can't actually show them off because of, she is a actor, so she's part of the Screen Actors Guild, so she can't promote things, and showing off 3D prints from films would be promoting stuff, so she can't really do that. But she also runs a horse farm, and so she's been doing some streams from horseback as she's out working the horses. So that's kind of cool as well. Of course, we've got the one and only Pez Liz, who you all know and love, the queen of Maker Deck and all things 3D print. Her other half of the Z and Z show, Zombie Hedgehog. I can type right. He's another 3D print guy here. He does a lot of designs. He's got a Swatch truck out there that he always tries to get me to print on brand new printers. And, part of the Z and Z show, works great with Polymaker and everybody. So another one to go and see printer builds of different varieties. I think we're up to temp now. So we're going to come back here and do the back arrow. We're going to go to extrude. And there should be a load button that should run our filament load macro. Macro load underscore filament not found. Looking for load underscore filament, and I have it as filament load, filament underscore load. Well, that's annoying. Okay, so I'll run the macro from the web interface. Yeah, nice. I didn't apply any pressure. I just pushed it up against the gears, and it just sucked it in when I said load filament. So it's running the filament load. We should be getting some filament coming out shortly. It does take a short bit. Whoops, Major Gamer Geek. You stream as well, right? Do you stream on Twitch or YouTube? Sorry, I keep forgetting. Now I know Major Gamer Geek just created a new alt account as Additive Atom. Okay, you started streaming on YouTube. Okay. So yeah, we can definitely, well, I can't shout you out, I don't think, but yes, he does have a YouTube. You only make noise and mix music, Ram Online? Nice. Now, do you do that on a stream or do you just do that occasionally? So now that we've got our printer loaded, and I'll have to go back and rename my macros so buttons work. We'll say print. It should pick up everything that we've printed in the past. And I want to reprint one of the business card holders because I'm going to need another one of those. So we'll just click on the printer icon. It's funny because it looks like a 2D printer on here. So we'll click that. Say, there's that print. And you'll get the standard print screen down there. Let me see if I can't get you a little bit closer to the actual screen. I guess it's the, yeah, it's the actual light right above me that's reflecting off the screen there. Well, all right, Ram Online, that would be cool. That would be cool. The other nice thing I like about this printer is the door actually seals, like you see here, right around the screen. So that's another thing. I have seen people take this off completely and then put like a pad 7 or something next to it. But if you take this off completely and you don't fit a different shroud on here, you're getting a less of an air gap seal, and you're going to mess with your drafts and your heating if you are running ABS print or something like that. So I will tell you that to date, I have only run PLA on this printer, but all the stuff that I've printed off has, you know, the first couple of prints were kind of ugly because we had an over extrusion issue. But after that, I think I got everything dialed in pretty darn good, and it's printing well. So we'll go ahead and switch back over here as soon as the printer gets to the right temp. So the way I have my macro set up is it goes to whatever the heated bed temp is, which is in this case is 60, and then it'll make the extruder to 145 degrees, and it'll do the a home Z-tilt adjust, which I don't, oh, I know why it's still homed right there, darn it. Shouldn't make a difference because it's still going to do a bed mesh. But I forgot I need to uncomment something on the actual safe home area. But yes, right now what it's doing is the Z-tilt adjust. So it is tramming the bed at the Z lead screws on both sides. So at the middle of the bed, the Z lead screws, it's going to be trammed pretty close to level with the actual, I was going to say print head, I'm going to say the ABL, the automatic bed level sensor. And I will tell you by looking at our console that our where were we? Yeah, our tolerance between both sides The desired tolerance was 0.01 millimeter difference between the left and right side. And the probing range that we actually got was 0.00375. So pretty flat at the midpoint. Now on the height map, we'll take a look at that. So what it does is it'll clear the previous mesh and then do a new mesh, and it only meshes, because I have camp installed, it'll only mesh the part of the bed that it needs to. And I'm still seeing like this bed is dramatically sloped front to back. I don't know why, but I haven't had an issue with any prints. So it's compensating for it well, but I don't know why. It seems like it's almost like a 0.2 millimeter difference between the front and the back of the bed, and I've yet to figure out why. But yeah, this printer so far is really good. I've been really impressed. I was a little worried. So the Flying Bear Reborn 2 printer, as you see it here with the PEI sheet and the bed leveling sensor that I've installed, both of those are OEM upgrades that you can buy at time of the printer purchase, was $390, and that includes shipping and tax to the US. For somewhere else, it's, you may have to pay shipping. But it was $390 to the house. The PEI and the ABL sensor are shipped in a separate package. They did show up a few days later, right? I think this came in on Tuesday, and then the PEI sheet and the ABL sensor came in that Saturday while we were streaming, doing the assembly of the physical printer, right? The printer, as it comes, has a 325 by 325 by 350 build volume, and it's a borosilicate glass plate that the silicone bed heater is directly attached to, and then there's insulation layer underneath that. Okay, so when you put your PEI sheet on, you actually put the magnet straight over the glass. So if you ever want to go back to glass, it's going to suck. I'll just say that. It's going to suck. The plate is a double-sided textured plate. The texture is pretty nice. It's a decent plate. I will, rather than just show you down here, I am going to raise you guys back up so that we can see that print a little bit better. I'll do that. I will collapse this in some, which will give it a little bit of height. Then I'll have to raise this up some. So bear with me. We're trying. There we go. And then I'll swap these cameras around. Whatever reason, I keep forgetting to increase the temperature on Kyber Dragon until I hear it start knocking, and then I go, oh yeah, I need to increase. So yeah, it's printing very well. It's doing a really good first layer. Haven't had any problems with it. And if I look at the print history, so our statistics so far on this print, or on this printer, let me jump over to the browser window, whoops, real fast, and then we'll come back to this. So far, We've printed 35 hours, 5 minutes, 15 seconds. The longest print time was 6 hours, 24 minutes, 9 seconds. I don't know what this next line is. Total filament used has been about 267.7 meters, 35 total jobs. And I mean, you can see we've been putting some time on it. Been putting some time on it. And that's really what I wanted to do, is just bang out some time on this printer, break it in a little bit. And when I get back from Earth, I may try and run a multi-day print on this to print a helmet out, just to give it a full test, right? But yeah, so far I've been pretty impressed with what it's been printing out. I've printed a lot of maker coins on it with no issues. Fresh cup. Speed wise, right now it's doing 120 millimeters a second, and I am getting some rubbage there. I need to like do a print and just try and hold this up just a little bit. Doesn't need to be a big print, but just enough to add some stiffness there to hold that up a little bit more. And as you can see, he's rocking pretty decent, but he's doing longer passes now. As he starts to get in the other opposite corner where it's a little, where it's going to do some shorter moves, you'll see how he's moved around already. It's just a little way of showing you how much this printer will move on this table. Yeah, my cables are hitting, I know. Free Heathens yelled at me about that as well. I need to just print a little straight piece that I can add to the back there to hold it up. Yeah, right now it's doing a sustained 120 millimeters per second, which is what it's what this file was printed at for infill. And with a Raspberry Pi, I can increase the speed to like 125. I don't want to go too much higher than that without reslicing it. So now we're up to 150 millimeters a second. And that's sustained with a flow rate of 10.5 millimeters cubed per second right now on this infill. I don't know what the actual feed rate limit is on this yet. Now that I've got Klipper on it, I'm going to run through the Orca calibration and try and dial it in even more. But yeah, it'll get shaken a bit. And I do like the way that they designed this. There's a part of me that goes, well, why wouldn't they have put the the Bowden tube in the back, it would have made it easier, and the runs for the wires and everything would have been nicer. But that means your filament would be loading in the back of this printer. Once again, it's 350 millimeters back here. So if you're putting it on a shelf, that means you're messing around with the back side of the printer. By moving it to the front and having the filament runout sensor right here, it actually makes it easier to do the maintenance and filament swapping on the printer because it's right at the front of the printer. Now, I would have liked to have seen a filament runout sensor somehow right here at the front or at the top of the extruder. It's not going to add that much more weight to it. And so like right now, it's about a 500 or 600 millimeter run between the filament runout sensor and the tool head. So if you, actually it's probably more like 700 millimeter run. So what happens is you trip your filament sensor, you run it out, and then you've got, I don't know, you've got a huge amount. Like I could do easily a penguin with the filament if I had a runout sensor right at the top of the tool head. So that may be something that I look into, is figuring out how to do my own filament sensor, at least up here by the tool head, so that we're not wasting as much filament. Yeah, I know. I know. And I probably did print an extra. The question is whether I still have it or if I finally got annoyed and tossed it. I'll have to dig around here and look. Yeah. Yeah, it's somewhere. Well, the other thing is too, this, I guess that is regular 2020. I should be able to add something to that. And like I said, it doesn't need to be much. It just needs to be like that much, and it'll solve the problem. So it doesn't really need to be that much. I'll just put my fingers there for now. So right now doing infill, it's at 184 millimeters a second and 14.7 millimeters cubed. I'm seeing some weird gaps that look like it's almost like a by design thing in a couple of sections. But anytime you speed it up, you know, I'm going to increase the temp. I know this is PLA, but I am going to increase the temp up to 230. See if we can get it to still fill in nicely. What do you got? So the part quality is pretty good. And yeah, I can put a CAN bus on the back of the because that's a NEMA 17 pancake motor. I could put the EBB 42 back there, run everything to the tool head, and figure out, just do a sensor right at the top there. Because I could put an inline sensor like right at the top here and just zip tie it to the. Maybe I'll look into the what is it, the new Big Tree Tech filament sensor. But if you're asking what part quality is, this is what we're printing right here. Right? Some good overhangs. Yeah, it's doing some good prints. Like I said, I've been pretty impressed. I think I'm overrunning the flow of the hot end, so I'll have to drop it back down. But yeah, I'll do some flow tests and things like that. The nice thing about this too, Chewy, is the oh yeah. Hey Chris, how's it going, my friend? Welcome on in. So we're printing with the Reborn 2 again, and we spent some time on the channel today. We've installed a theme for Mainsail. Yeah, Con Crunch for you, Con Crunch for me too. I've got let's see, Golden Dragon is downstairs in a crate. The Rook 2020 is right next to it. I've got the Fabrico Rook up on the desk right now. I had everything rewired and was ready to call it done. And I happened to look down yesterday and noticed that the print cooling fan shrouds hit before the nozzle does. It's like a millimeter short from hitting. And I was like, wait a minute, I've used that in a Sentinel already on the Rook 2020. Except on the Rook 2020, I didn't use the standard heat sink on the CHC hot end that they send. I used a micro Swiss heat sink, which is about 2 millimeters longer. So I ordered a micro Swiss last night with 2-day UPS. So the shipping's costing as much as actually more than the heat sink is to get here, but I needed it to get here. I could have gotten it, I think, like the next day through Amazon, but it would have been $70 and buying the whole hot end, which I didn't need. let's see, the Iron Dragon, which is the Trident with the custom printed sides, is down on the floor, ready to go downstairs tomorrow. And then the 0G back here is ready to get turned off and go. I'm just deciding whether or not I'm going to put the skirts on it now and add the clipper screen when I get to the show, or wait until I get to the show to swap the front skirts and put the clipper screen on it, which is probably what I'm going to do. I'm just afraid to transport it with the clipper screen on it because it might snap the screen off. And then Kyber Dragon over in the corner is going to get pulled offline tomorrow evening and get ready to go to the truck. So, yep, Con Crunch is on. And then Evil Diesel he said he should have both of our Mechanim Death Racers fully together by the end of tonight, so that we can start testing them and running them around. So hopefully we'll get some stick time on them before the show, because I never got behind the remote for the Death Racer that I had at Murph until the show. So I was pretty much going into it with no stick time. Yeah, right now I'm running it at 110%. So the speeds right now, it's hitting like 162 sustained right there, and 12.9 on the flow rate. I can't go much more than that before I start under extruding. Yeah, I've got the table, the table covering and skirts, stickers, cards, the whole 9 yards. I think I'm almost there. I'm sure I'll get there and go, oh my God, I forgot this. But I think both printers that are going to be over at your table will have a clipper screen on them, so I don't need to have Wi-Fi over to them. You can just run prints from the screen, or somebody can run prints from the screen. And then, everything at my desk is going to be running Ethernet direct to a switch. Oh, were you working on Black Box again today, Chris? Or Timor, were you just lurking yesterday? A couple days ago? Okay, yeah. So yeah, that's what Chris has been working on. The last time did you stream yesterday, or was it Sunday? Was the last? No, you didn't stream yesterday. So Sunday, KB3D Chris was, Sunday he was running his first prints with just two tool heads, doing multicolor prints. And did you print one of the turbo snails? If you did, you need to post that and show that, my dude. You did? Okay. How many colors did you use on it? Just the two? Okay. So I'll tell you that I've had a supervisor today, and I need to print out a couple of more of these so that I can have them around the show, because Free Heathen can't make it, but he has asked for these. So we've got Jack. This is one of his worker bots by the name of Jack. And he's asked several of us to print these out and take pictures of them around Earth so that he can take part in Earth. But Jack is one of his worker bots. This is, and they tend to procreate when you're not looking, and they just show up as more and more, and they'll take things apart and they'll put things together for you. May or may not be put together right. But he's been supervising me tonight. I would keep him up here, but I've cranked this up enough that it moves and vibrates, and he'll slide off into the print. So I can't keep him up there, but he's been keeping an eye on me tonight. And then the other thing that I was showing off. Okay, chat, what'd I do? Oh, like what'd I do with it? It was black, so I couldn't see it. So you're probably aware of these, Chris, right? The Free Heathen panels? Because I know he did one of these for you. Well, this is the one that I printed out. So the black back panel is Polymaker Galaxy Black with Polymaker Silk Gold. And then the Red Dragon is printed solid red PLA. So what he's doing, this particular one right here is actually 200% scale in the X and the Y, and the same, the normal height and the Z. So this is twice as big as it should be. But what he does is he's got several of these panels, and he hangs them on the wall behind his printer. So when he's doing his streams, he's got various ones of these. So he's got his panel, he's got my panel, he's got a panel for you. He'll have a panel for Polymaker, and they sit on the wall behind his printers as he's streaming. And there may be one of these that's printed out for you that makes its way to Earth. That may, I don't know, somehow get attached to a printer that's sitting at your table. Just saying. But it all depends, because I'm looking around, and believe it or not, I don't think I have any orange PLA. So I may have to reslice it for, hold that thought, maybe. It depends. And it's probably not going to be the right orange regardless. Nope. So I do have some orange ABS, and I'm not sure if the 3 different colors of orange ABS from Fusion will show up in time for me to print it here, but so I may have to print one. Oh yeah, these are pretty shiny, and I did wipe down all of the, I'll say, the shipping crap grease that they put on them, and wiped them down with some 3-in-1 PTFE lubricant. So I use this on rails just to keep them covered, because I never know whether it's stainless steel or not, and whether they will start rusting or not. So I do try and get those protected. But yeah, I've been pretty impressed so far. You're appalled. What are you appalled for? They did TPU and ABS for your turbo snail? Nice. I said I have no orange PLA filament. I do have, oh, let me double triple check. I don't think that's, where's it? That's gold, that's metallic gold, that's, yep, nope. I do have orange ABS, but it's the, well, I have orange ABS and I have orange TPU 95, but it's the, this is the Polymaker orange ABS. And I've got the Fusion ABS coming in both the 1.5 and the ABS 2.0. Gold is close to orange. Yeah. Yeah, and you know, we need ABS anyhow, right? I mean, surprisingly enough, I think I actually have, oh no, I've got more PLA than ABS. But I do have a lot of ABS on order. Well, it's just like anything else. There's so many different shades. Yeah, I get it. I get it. Well, and the so Kyber Dragon, which is that one over there in the corner. Wow, that's actually really dark. But Kyber Dragon is Polymaker orange ABS. It's orange and black prints with purple frame. Yeah, yeah. It's just a pain. It's a pain to get the right shade or color that you want. And KBD's, you know, when KB3D made a comment of Fusion, and he couldn't remember, I don't think he could remember whether it was the 1.5 or the 2.0 version that was the closest orange to your logo. I figured I needed to get both to figure out which one works better. Because I'm gonna print one of those out with your KB3D logo because I fixed the one that Free Heathen had and sent it back to him. And I'm going to print that out, and it's going to go on my wall as well behind me. They'll go somewhere up here on the slant roof. I'll have to hang them down. Uh-oh, Pezliz is back. She was going to the post office to mail things out. Yep, Bob's here. But yeah, this printer's been printing pretty darn good. I've been impressed with it. It's, you know, this logo here was printed on this printer, and other than the silk coming out a little wonky, I don't know why. It's probably because I probably needed to cook that silk a little bit before I used it. Gotcha. So I've been printing some things out. So I've got business card holders, and I printed a couple of these dishes out on the Flying Bear here. And I'm going to have Hershey's Kisses. I'm going to bring Hershey's Kisses for me and then Hershey's Kisses for the show. So Chris, that other project we were talking about, were you going to bring any part of that with me or with you? Are you going to bring any part of that with you to the show for me, or are we going to talk about it and then you're going to ship stuff to me? Just trying to figure out my after Earth schedule a bit. Sounds good. Sounds good. And you're going to have a bunch of build plates at the show like you did at Murph, right? Because I may need a couple of the 235 size, the Ender 3 size, so I can slap them on my Ender wires. I'll need to pick some of those up from you. $20% off at the show. Done. Yeah, it's interesting. A lot of people are starting to throw up their ERF discounts already. I think who did I see earlier today? TH3D. A couple of people did. Yeah, a few people have had discounts. If you're interested in the Creality, and you want to go to Micro Center while you're up there, if you're driving or whatever, they've got the K1s. There's a $200 coupon for the K1 that's good through the end of the month, but it's an in-store only coupon. I think Creality has actually got and that drops it down to $379, I think. Like I said, this printer here, for $390, it's solid. The only thing that I did was I tensioned the belts, and it was fiddly to get Cura installed, which I hated Cura anyhow. And the wireless module on it, it was flaky. Cura would send to it sometimes, and then it wouldn't. So then you do the dance of shutting one down, shutting the other down, and what's the combination to shut them all down and bring them back up. At that point, I just use the SD card and just save files and move them on the SD card. But with Klipper, if you got a Raspberry Pi 0 or 02W, throw it on there with Klipper. Pop the module out, connect into the UART ports and the 5-volt on the board. And now you've got it running Klipper. I'm running Orca Slicer with it, sending files over to Klipper, and it's just great. A sock for your Prusa, and that's the standard sock, right? So I know I don't have any here, Pezliz, but let me ask Evil Diesel, because I know he's got 2 of my Mark IIIs, because he was printing all the Mechanism parts, and I think I ordered a bunch for him. But let me see, and if not, Chris, can you hook a girl up? If you've got the socks for the standard Prusas? I don't know if you do, actually. I think that'd be more printed solid. Hey, Modlight, how's it going? Yeah, I believe it's the newer V6. Yep. The Modlight. Couple of things, and I'll have to move the camera out some again to see about showing you. But actually, here, I'll just pop the camera off. So we're printing again. We're still up running Klipper, but we've got the stock screen converted over to Klipperscreen now and up and running. and calibrated, so we can use the whole touch functionality and everything with it. You know, fine tuning, back. So we've got full Klipperscreen on the stock screen again. Hey, Daddy Wazzy, the creator. And you can see over here, actually, I'll throw that up on the screen. Let me go over to this screen. We've also installed a Flying Bear Reborn 2 theme for mainsail. So that was one of the other things we did tonight. So welcome on in, Daddy Wazzy, the creator. One of your workers got severely hurt and lay open by a combine. Ooh. I'm going to assume that's broke her whole leg from the pelvic bone down to the ankle. Oof. That's not good. That's not good. I hope she's okay and gets squared away. I know that's, I'll say, different, but my brother was riding his motorcycle and got taken out by a deer at like dark 30 in the morning riding into work one day. And same thing was both legs, thigh on down, has titanium rods in them now because he shattered both legs. So I can only imagine, and being caught up in a combine too. Now, did she just fall off the combine or did she get caught up in the combine? Oh my God, she's pregnant too. Oh, good Lord. So yeah, I feel for her because I know like my brother, yeah, it's not fun. Luckily it was just one leg and not two, but yeah, that's going to be a long road. Hmm. Okay, well, best wishes for a speedy recovery there, my friend. That's just not good. Um, Sorry to hear that. Yeah, how's it going tonight, Daddy Wazzy? Welcome on in. Oh yeah, yeah. Well, not only that, but luckily she listened and wore them. You know, I mean, being in the military, I wore steel-toe shoes like almost my entire career because of the jobs that I had. But yeah, we've had people that would go out and, well, my steel-toe boots weren't shined, so I didn't wear those. And then we're in there doing pallet building exercises, and they're not paying attention, and they go to move a pallet or sit a pallet down, and it slides off the chocks and crushes somebody's foot because they didn't have steel toes and stuff. Yeah, not good. Oh yeah, definitely. Oh yeah, definitely. Well, and not just that, but that you guys went to the hospital and you care enough to be at the hospital with her. Right? There's some people that'd be like, okay, take them to the hospital, let's get back to work. And the fact that you're there at the hospital shows how much you care about your employees. Yeah. Oh yeah, that's awesome too. That's awesome too. Hey, I'll tell you, with enough of my first aid, buddy care, and stuff like that with the military, my son one night fell out of his bunk bed and wound up breaking his arm on the desk, falling out of the bunk bed, trying to show me something one night, and I wound up splinting his arm with magazines, ripping the shoelaces out of his shoes, and using that to tie the magazines around his arm, made a sling out of a towel, and put him in slippers and took him to the ER. And of course, I was supposed to be going TDY the next day, or business trip the next day with the military. And we're sitting there in the waiting room, and we finally get called back. And the doctor's looking like, "So you think he broke his arm?" I was like, "No, I know he broke his arm, but we just need to get the X-rays and get it. If it needs to be set, get it set, and this and that." And they were like, "Okay." Well, they took it out of the sling, thinking that it was just a loose arm sitting in the sling, and he saw the magazines and stuff. And he's like, "Are you Air Force?" I was like, "Sir, yes, sir." He goes, "Nice job." Unwraps everything, and they take him back, do X-rays, and yep, he's got a spiral fracture. They couldn't. There's nothing you can do to really set a spiral fracture, but they did put him in a regular cast and everything. And the good thing is, I hadn't read the magazines yet, so I had magazines to read while I was sitting there waiting. Um, oh, your mom tripped and fell and blackened her eye and had a concussion. Jeez, jeez Louise. Oh yeah, sometimes when it rains, it pours. I know how that feels. I know how that feels. Yeah. Well, I hope everybody gets feeling better, big guy. That's not good. Yeah, I am noticing probably pushing it a little bit harder because we're still getting up there um, with the speeds and getting, on the longer moves across the base here. I am seeing a little bit of ripple. Some of that was probably where we had under extruded on the infill, which will impact your top surface some. But all in all, it's pretty good. Like I said, I was pushing it a little fast before, but yeah, it's this thing's been pretty good. And quite honestly, I'd have to double check, but it's quite possible I could pop a CHT nozzle on, or a CHT heater on that, and actually get a little bit more flow out of it. Probably like a CHT with a or not a CHT, a CHC heater, so ceramic heater core, and then yeah, throw a CHT nozzle on it and get a little more flow out of it to go a little bit faster. But it's going pretty good. I'd have to check the overall dimensions to see if I could maybe slap like a Revo CR on it or something. And then, because with a Revo CR, you can also run a high flow nozzle setup on it. Because this is a large size printer, I expect to be doing bigger projects than this, than just these. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Whenever I go hunting, I have an IFAK and several tourniquets and stuff with me. Yeah, so I always have stuff when I go out. I say hunting, but anytime I go out and do the field work stuff, I grab my backpack that I take with me hunting that has my IFAK in it and some heavy duty knives and stuff like that. So yeah, yeah, I'm glad everybody's doing good. Everybody stopped in to check this out. We've been making some pretty good, I'll say, upgrades. Like I said, the PEI sheet and the ABL sensor. Some people have complained about the ABL sensor. Um, oh, hey, Riceroni, welcome on in. Welcome on in. How are you doing today? Thank you for stopping in. So this printer that we're working with right now that we're printing on, I'll pull this back a bit so that you can see. This is the, here we go. This is a Flying Bear Reborn 2. This is a enclosed printer. It's 325 by 325 by 350 build height. And it does have a, I'll say like a pop-up tent. There it is. It's got a pop-up tent top that you can put on it when you're printing your higher temp materials like ABS or ASA. So it's got the reflective inside to it, and it's got these little pegs that will go on these little loops on each side, and that'll hold it on there. So that will become your full enclosure when you're going to print with ABS or whatnot. Now, I haven't printed with any ABS yet, but I do know the nozzle can get up to temp. There is a design out on printables to basically print a top hat that'll look along the lines of like a Voron B0 or something like that. So I may do that down the road to make it a little shorter, because putting it on the bench back here, I'm going to run into issues with the slanting walls that I have. But this does come with Marlin. As you see it here, this is a dual Z. They're on independent stepper motors, 10 millimeter linear rods, 2 per side. So the bed is very solid. The tray that goes between goes all the way across, and it's steel. So it's cut and formed steel. The all of the extrusions are 2020 with a rounded profile edge. So it's very nice. The way it comes, the base is one piece. The gantry is fully assembled. You'll add the 4 uprights and tighten everything down. You'll add your 3 side panels. On the right side here, you'll have your spool holder and your filament runout sensor. Your extruder hot end assembly is all one piece. It mounts with 4 screws. And then your cable routes down along the back and comes to the front here with a DB15 connector. And the nice thing is it's a long housing, and all of your wires go into a terminal block in here. So a screw down terminal block and then into the DB pins. So if you have to replace the thermistor, you don't have to worry about having a specific type of crimper to crimp the pins. It's just running your wires back through and then screwing them into the screw down terminal. Your bed comes into a separate connector. It's like an aviation style plenum connector. And then all we've done is added a Raspberry Pi 02 to the bottom. And we're connecting to the MakerBase Nano 6 Rev 3.2 board that's in here via UART. And then we swapped the cables from the screen, and we're running Klipperscreen on this screen now, directly connected to the Raspberry Pi. And I kept the standard cables for the screen, so if I ever go to give this printer away to somebody and they're not as savvy and they want it to be stock again, I can swap it back out and make it a stock Marlin box again. And said stock Marlin box does have built-in Wi-Fi, and it uses a ESP07S Wi-Fi module, which we popped this out and we use the UART for this to connect our Raspberry Pi in. So, yeah. So far, it's been pretty good. We built it stock. Then we added the two. So stock, it comes with a borosilicate glass plate with a silicone heater directly attached to the glass plate, and then some insulation. That is a mains heated bed. So it is a 110 volt mains heated bed. Does heat up pretty fast. The extruder, we'll come back in here so we can get a little bit better view. Our extruder is a large dual gear extruder like an LGX. I'm sure it's not an LGX set of gears, but it is an LGX style extruder with a pancake motor in the back, which is a straight Nemo 17. So if you want, you could put like an EBB 42 CAN bus board on the back and swap this over to CAN bus if you wanted to. Oh, and speaking of the maker-base board, it uses, what was it, TMC 2225s for the X, the Y, and the Z motors, and a TMC 2209 for the extruder motor. So, oh, wow. So your ankle's swollen up and you haven't printed in a few months. Yeah, I get that. I wound up putting a knee brace on because the meniscus in my left knee is starting to hurt again. So I'm going to put a brace on it because I know I'm going to be working. I'll probably wear a brace through the show. Why do I feel like I turned into the audiobook of stereo instructions? So many things I don't know. Sorry. Yeah, I just realized that this, I need to raise this up a little bit more. There we go. Whoops. Come on, little sucker. Maybe, was I higher up than that? Probably so. Give me 1 second, guys. There we go. A little bit higher. There we go. Now I can see the print. Yes, Modlight, I am going to East Coast Rep Festival. I will be leaving Friday morning and driving up to the show. We won't be able to do load-in until 6 p.m. So the plan is hopefully to be able to get in there, get checked into the hotel, get something to eat, and then go in and do load-in. So basically, long story short, this printer here, Rice-A-Roni, you do print. So the build volume is 325 by 325 by 350. So if you're familiar with the Loyal Moses phrase, this is a helmet size printer. Okay. The belts on it are 10 millimeter because it's a little bit bigger, and they've worked out great. Very little stretching in the belts. linear rails for the X and Y, as you can see, linear rods for the Z axis, and they're both sides, so that it's a very stable bed platform. And I've been getting good prints out of it. We've got over 35 hours of print time on this printer since we unboxed it. Jump over to history. I thought we were over 35. 33 hours of print time on this printer since we unboxed it. Gone through over 260 meters of filament. So I say we're breaking it in so far. And yeah, Monlight, you're not going to the show, are you? Because I do need to send you some fans, right? The 5015 and the 4010. Okay. And I've got those. I will get those ready. So I am taking Thursday off of work. Yeah, I'm taking Thursday off of work, and at the latest it will go out Thursday. Okay? So I will get those in some type of package and ready to go, and I will get those down and to you on Thursday. And there may be something else thrown in there for you. We may get you a little swag since you won't make it to the show. Yep, I need to chat, or I need to get that stuff in the mail to you, and then I also need to respond to Chewy about something he was pinging me about. Oh, sure, not a problem. Like I said, I would suggest if you can find them a Raspberry Pi, well, either a Raspberry Pi Zero or a Raspberry Pi Zero 2 works just fine. But if you have a standard Pi, that works as well. The only thing with the Zero and the Zero or the Zero 2 is, if possible, get the WH version. It'll be a little more expensive. Otherwise, you're going to have to solder the header pins on. Pi 4 for 76 bucks. That's not bad. I think that's about what I paid for a 8 gig Pi 4 not too long ago. They're starting to come down. Yeah, me is going to need ice later. Ice to me before bed. Yeah, well, like I said, for the most part, a Raspberry Pi Zero 2 should be able to run Klipper just fine, and it can support input shaper and all that. But just be careful, like if you want to run a camera and you know all that stuff, you know, go with the 3B or a 4. I don't know about running a camera off of a Zero 2 and input shaper and all, you know. Well, let me rephrase that. It depends. If you're wanting to do time lapses, don't do it. If you just want a simple camera to say, is it printing or is it making spaghetti? Then having, you know, a camera that gives you a sub 30 frame per second, because the one on my big Zero G, it'll drop down to like 14 frames. Doesn't matter. I just need it to, you know, is the print failing is all I'm cared about. You know, did it start and is it failing? Correct. You don't have lots of USB ports, but you can do something like this. So you wave share Ethernet USB hat. Okay. And we put this on this printer at one point on the Raspberry Pi Zero. But let me open this up and but it does have some standoffs in here, but it literally has the 20 or 2x40 or 2x20 pin connector, and it connects right on there. It exposes the pen still, and then you have a micro USB to micro USB connector that then, so you put this on the Pi, and then you'll plug this connector in, and that's how it provides power. And you get 1, 2, 3 USBs and Ethernet all on this board. And I can't remember how much this was. I got it off of Amazon, I believe. But you can get these off of, or actually I might have gotten this off AliExpress. But they're not that expensive, and there's no firmware, no nothing you have to do. You don't have to change anything. It just plugs right in. And there's another one I've seen that uses the pogo pen connectors of the Raspberry Pi. Hey, Thunder Keys, how are you doing? Welcome on in. Yeah, like I said, it just depends on what else you're running, Thunder Keys, because you can't overtax a Raspberry Pi Zero. But yeah, for the most part, it works just fine. Excuse me, the Raspberry Pi Zero 2. You do not want to run input shaper on a Raspberry Pi Zero. It will die a death. But that's where you use the a Raspberry Pi Pico and make the input shaper dongle, and that will offload it. And the Raspberry Pi Pico board would actually do the input shaping heavy lifting and just report the results back to the Raspberry Pi Zero. Oh, wow, really? Okay. Yeah, I will say there will be a Micro Center run when I'm up in Maryland. I will stop at Fairfax, Virginia on my way back. And then I just found out there is a Micro Center that's going to be built in Charlotte in 2024. So there's going to be a new one coming up in Charlotte. And me and Evil Diesel are already scheming on making a trip up there to go to them for opening day. And of course, the spouses are like, ooh, IKEA's in Charlotte too. We're like, great. That means we have to split our budget between us and the spouses. But happy wife, happy life. Thunder, 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 key, ho! Nice, Daddy Wazzy. The Thundercats. Wow, that was awesome. Well, yeah, so Fairfax, Virginia is the closest one to me. It's just 6.5 hours away. So that's the part that sucks. Normally, what would happen is I go up to my brother's house, and then it's like a little over an hour from my brother's house. So if I go up there for the weekend, I always make a trip over there. But he's been coming down here to, he's got his trailer down here so he can come down and visit and go see our parents. So he's been coming down here a lot more than that. Yeah. And if you're not planning on embedding it in the printer, uh-oh, where'd I put it? Where'd I put it? Oh no. Oh, I know what I did with it. It's downstairs. If you're not planning on putting the Raspberry Pi in the printer, get a Raspberry Pi 400. That's the Raspberry Pi 4 that's in the keyboard. So then you can just plug it into the display. You can plug one or two printers into it because it is a full-fledged Raspberry Pi 4. And that way you can attach a monitor and the power supply, connect in a couple of printers, and you've got your full monitoring station for a couple of printers. Oh yeah, Modlight. I was just saying that's the other thing that you can look for that I think people discounted the RPi 400 as, oh, well, that's great for like a STEM teaching thing or something. I've got one that is destined to go out to my shed, and I'm going to use it to run files for my CNC. So I'll be able to work up the files into toolpaths and everything in Carbide Create for my Shapeoko, send the files over to it so I don't have to keep carrying my laptop out to the shed and everything whenever I go to do things out there. So I'll be able to sit out there and run my CNC or possibly even hook the laser up to it. Yeah, I just found chicagodist.com. So what I did was my wifey picked up some Raspberry Pi Pico W's at Micro Center in Denver when she was out there. And I got the, I think this is Kitronic board. And this is a board. It's got 4 motor inputs and 8 servo outputs, all running off of the Raspberry Pi Pico. And this is the wireless version. So I should be able to send files to it directly. But this is going to be the brainchild for another. Oh, here, let me switch camera views. So, brainchild for the little robotics platform, so I can do some tinkering and hone in my Mechanim Death Racer skills without being on the full super fast speed of 4 Pololu motors. So, yep, so other things to tinker around with. Yeah, like I said, pies are becoming a lot easier to get. And let me check that. Yep, and funny you should mention that. Apparently, I last purchased that March 31st of 2023. So I can say that, yes, that is the one that I bought. Yeah, the 02W are still hard to find. They haven't dropped that big order yet because they haven't got the big order yet. But once they get that huge order in, because they have a huge manufacturing order out for the 02Ws. And once those come in, they should hopefully be a lot easier to get hold of. But that Chicago Digital or whatever? I was actually quite impressed with that. They shipped really fast too. So, darn it. So I put a 02W in this one. I've got a 0W still on hand, the Pi 4 8 gig, and then I've got two original Pi Zeros with like wireless hats on them, but they'll be more for other Tinker projects. They're not going to go on a printer. I'm going to pull you guys back momentarily and close these doors because, well, they're rattling and it's annoying to listen to them. So, Chris, have you been putting a lot more prints through the black box, or have you been working on getting the other three heads added? Correct. Just like the original Raspberry Pi Zeros, the Raspberry Pi 3As didn't have wireless, and maybe the original 3B didn't. The 3B Plus, I think, is the one that included wireless. You're doing the enclosure or building or adding the other tool heads on? Because I know there's the physical install of adding the tool heads, and then you've got to do all of the testing to get things lined up, and that's going to be the fun, is trying to get everything lined up. Hey, Modlight. So Rolahan put out a video recently, and he said that if you are looking at doing a RIP 2020, hold off a short bit. They're getting ready to do some updates and release it as a Rook 2020 Mark 1, which will be like kind of like the Rook Mark 1. It'll be the base. Okay, this is set in stone. Now it's just community mods for a time being. So if you're going to do a Rook, hold off just a short bit and wait just a little bit. And then I think he said the same thing for the Rook 180. He just did a video talking about the all of the different designs and where they are at, and a couple of them they're getting ready to do, I'll say firm Mark 1 releases that'll solidify it. Okay. Yeah, good. Yeah. PAMV makes it literally one click. Well, that's good. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, I'm in his Discord too, but work's been kind of busy and I haven't been trolling all that much. Yeah, so the Rook that I built was a Rook 2020. I have no idea what the full final Mark 1 is going to be like, but I do have several mods on mine already. And yeah. Yeah, and I think, they released it, and there's some quality of life stuff I think they're going to do to it. Just make it a little bit easier, make the build a little bit easier to follow along. The I think it was the Rook 180 that he said that they were going to put it was either the 180 or the Evolution they were going to standardize on the Dragon Burner toolhead for it. So, well, and the good thing, Nick, is when they release the Rook 2020 Mark I, you can look at it and say, okay, do I need the changes or not? And is it worth making the changes, right? So I like the Dragon Burner too. I was going to put a Dragon Burner on one of I have the parts printed out in the yellow and blue that I can put, or excuse me, the lime and blue that I can put on the Fabrico Rook, but I just decided to do the Sentinel because I liked the way that it mounted a little bit easier. So yeah, and I'm not sure like even what they're going to have, but my original Rook Mark I runs a rookery with a BMG clone hanging on the back as a Bowden tube. The Rook 2020 is running the Sentinel toolhead with the the CHC hot end and a Orbiter 2 with filament sensor because I had it on hand. And the Fabrico Rook is currently sitting on a Sentinel with the Sherpa Mini extruder because that's what it was, that's how they designed their kit. But it's running as a direct drive now on the Sentinel versus the Bowden tube setup because I was having all kinds of issues with the Bowden tube. And I think part of the problem is the same thing I was seeing with the Sentinel is so on the Sentinel 20, or excuse me, the Sentinel Orbiter 2, well here, let me show you. I thought I had one here. But that's all Dragon Burner. Oh, there's the other Sentinel. Okay. So on the Sentinel, and I don't know if it's because they were running a Sentinel. Well, actually, they shouldn't be, but well, actually, I do know. So on a Sentinel, let me change the view real fast. Maybe. So on the Sentinel, it's got this big hole in the middle, and this is the design for the Sherpa Mini. So the problem you have with the Sherpa Mini is if you're using, what is it, the TH6C, then you've got the Bowden coupler fitting at the top, and that fills that gap. If you don't, and you've got the press-in fitting, the press-in compression fitting right at the top, you've got this big gap between the Sherpa Mini and the top of the tool head. And what that means is because it's not constrained up here, that Bowden tube can flex some. And what was actually happening when I did the last mod that put the Sherpa in a direct drive on the rookery is you had a long Bowden tube like that. Well, during retracts and stuff, there is so much force that the Sherpa Mini can put out. It was bending the Bowden tube and it was popping out from underneath the Sherpa. and then I just had spaghetti at the top of the tool head. So what I did for the Fabrico's rook was I just modeled a cylinder that is, I believe it's 8mm round cylinder with a 4mm internal hole that I then reamed with a reamer to make sure it was a true 4mm circle. And it's about that tall. So it provides rigidity to the Bowden tube for that length of Bowden tube. So that's how I got around that. So I'll probably have to post that as a remix or something on printables. Probably not a full stealth burner for Rook unless you're going to do like the big. There's a mod out there to basically build a Rook with a inner 3 bed. You might be able to do it there. Otherwise, I would say look for the mini stealth burner, not a standard stealth burner. Standard stealth burner would be too big. You're doing the Ender 3 bed mod. Okay, are you going to run the? Are you going to basically run the Ender 3 bed like the Ender wire or switch wire where it wraps around? Linear rails and then wraps around on the cable chain? Yep. Yeah, so this one I'm seeing a little bit of stringing, so I dropped the, since we dropped the speed back down, I did drop the temp down a little bit, and the stringing kind of went away. It's very little wisp down in the, I'll say the rear of the V. So yeah, not as clean as the first 3 I did, but once again, I did try and bump the speed up to see what we could push. Oh, very nice mod light. Yeah, I saw somebody that was selling like a pallet of 10 Ender 3s for fairly cheap. But I thought if I had a pallet of Ender 3s show up at the house, my wife would kill me. I'd be sleeping out in the deer shed or the shed in the backyard. As it is, I've got 2 more Ender 3s sitting on the ground under the table in the kitchen that the 3 printers are sitting on. Wait until my next business trip. Oh, until her next business trip. Well, she's leaving October 10th. So I'm going to go to Earth, come back from Earth, and then I actually have a offsite at work the 10th, 11th, and 12th. So I'm going to take her to the airport the morning of the 10th for her to go back to Colorado, do some advocacy meeting out there for her brother, and then they're going to fly to New Orleans for a disability advocacy meeting, national down there. Then they're going to go to Atlanta to see some family friends. Then she'll come home briefly and then fly out at the end of November to Minneapolis for another conference. So I'm pretty much going to geographic bachelor for the next couple of months. So the fact that I have the Ender 3 Core XY kit I'm going to pick up at IRF, and I'm talking with Chewy about possibly assembling a printer for him on stream and then either shipping it or figuring out how he'll come and get it from me. I may be talking to KB3D Chris about a printer build for one of our Canadian friends, about doing a good portion of the build and shipping it up to him. And then a black box build. Yeah, I've got some things to keep me busy. Gotcha, Mod Light. Yeah, and that's why I figured is even the Ender 3s that I buy them used off of eBay. And if I get them and there's a screw missing, or oh my God, it doesn't have the tool pack, or it doesn't have the spool holder, big deal. Probably not going to be built as an Ender 3 to start with, so you know. Oh, that'll be cool, Mod Light, because I will definitely be at Rocky Mountain Rep Rap Fest next year. I've already got my tickets. As soon as it was announced, I went out and got my tickets. So I'll need to still get my plane tickets for that trip, but yeah, I'll be flying out there. The question is whether Mrs. Dragon's going to drive out there during that time frame and bring any printers with her so I can set up a table, or if I will just drive out there and walk the show floor, right? Maybe volunteer to help Justin and them out. Oh, there you go. Yeah, that'd be cool, Monlight. And they did have good wireless out there, because I mean that is a purpose-built show venue. They had good wireless there. I know it's harder for like Chris to get out to the Rocky Mountain show, though. They've secured the second, I'll say, side of that venue hall, or the second hall in it. So they're going to have like 36,000 square feet of space. So they plan on doing some of the like the death racers and stuff inside, or at least I think they were going to do the death racers and stuff inside. They're going to have I'll say, a quiet area where exhibitors can actually get off the floor and take a break if they need to. Maybe grab some food and eat in peace, that type of thing. So yeah. Okay, Monlight. Well, yeah, if I'm there, because I will stay in the Denver area because that's where my mother-in-law is. So I would be staying there. And if you're in the Denver area, there's a possibility I could pick you up and drive you. I just need to know what side of Denver you'd be staying on, because I would be in I'd be in the Aurora area of Denver. I also know that like Ian Douglas is in that area. I'm just glad that with like COVID easing up a bit, that the Rep Rap festivals are really, getting bigger again, and you're able to see a lot more people now. And I know there's some flare ups here and there with COVID, but I think it's just like anything else. It's like the flu. It's going to be here to stay. Yeah, knock on wood, fake wood, real wood, whatever you got. But I think we're past the pandemic stage. I mean, it's going to be endemic. It's going to be there every year. We're going to have vaccines for it every year. But I'm just happy. Like Rocky Mountain Rep Rap Fest just blew me away with the number of people that were there, um, I, and the age brackets that were there as well. Right? It was just really amazing. Oh yeah, that's the thing. I need to determine if I'm going to go, and if I make that decision that I'm going to go as an exhibitor, then yeah, I'd have no problem with you coming over and hanging out at the table there, Mod Light. And if you want to do your podcast from there, we can get you set up. We're going to have to print out something over here, like I said, to mount right here. And yeah, it should be, that rear brace from a zero G should work just fine. Probably be a lot higher than I need. If I could probably just cut it down to just the one or the two. Because if I could get it just to come up like even that much, that's all I really need. So put it in there, cut it down to just there's three on there, right? Oh, heck yeah. I can cut that down a little shorter. That way, if I do put well, and if I put a one of those top hats on here, then it would possibly interfere right here. But that's a down the road problem. Yeah, and that'd be great if you can get up there and get different like exhibitors and stuff to come up and just chat. Doesn't have to be anything formal, but just we could have that set up of, hey, this person is going to be sitting here doing a live stream throughout the show. You know, come on by, drop by, and just chat with them. Kind of basically do like a live podcast radio show from the venue. Darn it. I'm not used to having a camera right next to me. Yeah, I know, my light. It's well, and like I said, this is my first year going to East Coast. I've been to Midwest now 3 years in a row. The first two I just attended. This last year, I actually had a table, and this is going to be my first year at IRF, and I'm getting an exhibitor table. And eventually, I'll move from like an exhibitor table to a sponsor table. But I'm really not doing this as a business at this point, but you never know where it's going to turn into. Yeah, I don't know how it'd be taken either, but I mean, let's start putting the feelers out. I mean, you've got things like hot takes where they talk about things, and I know Liz has been doing a lot of interviews on her stream lately, and just having guests on her stream and stuff like that. And that's similar, right? But I haven't seen any real. There's some podcasts like what is it? CNC Kitchen and Tom Slatter get together and do a podcast, but it hasn't been as scheduled anymore because I think they're both just really busy doing other things. Yeah, they do one, but it's not as the cadence is a little bit different. There are a few podcasts out there, Pez. Oh, dang. You know what's going on? I know what's going on. Yeah, with his company doing heat sets and other things. That's true. I'm sitting here going, what is going on? And why are my lights flickering? I know what it is because this is a. So the other thing that you would want to do here, and I'm surprised it wasn't in this file already. Yeah. So let me copy paste because always a good thing to do. On your mains heated bed, you want to add a parameter for your PWM underscore cycle underscore time. And you set that to 0.0166 here in the US. And what that does is it actually cycles it the same way as our 60 hertz frequency for our AC power. If you don't do that, your LED lights will flicker and it'll drive you nuts after a while. 3D printing to date, Melt Zone. That was the one with Tom Slatterer and CNC Kitchen. Makers on Top got canceled. You've got, was it Maker That Money, which is Pooch and Gloop that get together and do the podcasts on basically how to make money doing 3D printing and other maker type stuff. Yeah, that's what it was. So I've added it, and I'll save and close that file, but I've got to remember to do a firmware reset so that'll kick in the next time. You don't have to do it for your 24 volt stuff, but you do have to do it on your AC stuff. Well, true, but a lot of us, we start off with a hobby of just printing things, and then we want to turn it into something more. So having that ability to listen to people that have started new companies and are still pretty small, it helps. The founders of Apollo. Who or what is Apollo? I'm not familiar with that. Yep. Oh yeah, definitely Modlight. Because I'm not seeing these other podcasts and stuff showing up at the shows and talking to people at the shows. So Oh, okay, yeah. Okay. Yeah, they were at Murph last year, right? Oh yeah, definitely, Nick. Yeah, that the Apollo guys were pretty funny because I remember him talking about how his reflow oven, it was basically his mother's his first reflow oven was one he modified. It was his um oh, his mother's damn it, what do you call the ones that sit on the countertop? Um Toaster oven. Yeah, he took his mom's toaster oven and converted it to a reflow, and then had to buy her a new one, which got me thinking. I was like, no, Luke, you don't need to get into anything new. Oh yeah, Capricorn is getting into more things than just tubing. They're now doing their own filament lines and stuff like that. And then you've got Cookie Cad, which is another smaller filament company. You've got Polar 3D, which is another smaller one. You know, there's plenty of smaller ones out there that would be great. Yeah, Pidtune the toaster. Nice. Are you going to post pictures to your Discord, Chris, or are we going to have to wait for tomorrow night to see it in its full livery? Yeah, it's all about topics and content. You know, if there's a niche, then a podcast works. Tomorrow, for me, Earth. Really, you're going to make me wait for Earth? I'll be there tomorrow. I'll check it out tomorrow. All right, let's move this to the side. You know, the reason that this stayed on there was simply because you guys were here and I was chatting and I wasn't. Otherwise, I would have picked that off. But yeah, it's still pretty tight on there. But normally it's just a little lift up of the front edge and it pops off. So let that catch up, see if we can get the first layer. And say we could possibly be a little bit lower, but that's a solid first layer. It didn't come off. It was good, right? This top layer here, like I said, was a little bit rough. I think I cooked it a little bit too longer, and on the infill, we were running it faster. So, and then we had some cooling issues right there. So I'll probably reprint this. Maybe I'll reprint this at the normal speed and not try and speed it up. I'll let it print overnight. Did I see your last two posts to the stream or to Discord, buddy? Because yeah, I said definitely, yeah, nothing about pooch. It's all about, you know, a podcast is going to be good if there was, um, if there's a niche for the content that's not being filled, then podcasts work really well and make a lot of sense. And like you said, if you've realized that there's, you know, there's people talking about 3D printing, but there's not people talking about up and coming either 3D print makers or companies and stuff like that, and doing it at shows and showing up at shows. Because I mean, that's the thing is getting. I think Murph has one of the local TV stations that shows up on one of the days and does a little bit of filming. I think there was somebody at Rocky Mountain, but it's not like they're there for the whole event. But when you sit there and you look at Rocky Mountain, you go, hey, this first ever inaugural event pulled 3,000 people on the first day and more on the second. I mean, that's huge. And I'd be surprised if they don't have other people there from just from the media. But yeah, having, like somebody there doing a live podcast, because I know that's one of the things that's killing some people that can't make it to the show, is there's really no live feeds or no live broadcast going on. So it's like they get to wait and see for everybody either posting pictures and short clips on Twitter or in the evening as they're doing little streams afterwards to kind of give overviews of the day. And then you have to wait for them to get home and parse all the content they took and throw videos up later on. Having somebody there that can either run come by and get your name out there, or walking around and doing interviews on the fly live through the whole show would be great. Yeah. Well, hey, Tactile, welcome on in. Welcome on in. So we've devolved to just a little bit of chit chat here and there. We did a print tonight. So what we did tonight was we opened up the printer and did the physical rewiring of the stock screen. Let me move you guys over here some. I apparently caught my wire. Sorry about this. I'm going to have to rewicker my camera a little bit so you guys can see. So we physically rewired the cables on our screen so that we could plug it in directly to the Raspberry Pi. And then we loaded up some new software on the Raspberry Pi to make Klipperscreen work on the stock 3.5-inch display. So this is a stock MKS TFT 35 display that we now have Klipperscreen running on, and which gives us, touch printing right at the front. And I don't know it finished. Okay, that may just be something I've got to look at my print end things, because it looks like it's hung with the, hey, I'm still printing, which is weird. Did it throw an error? Nope, no error. It shut down right. All right, so there's something in my macro might be off. So it's just a little hung. So, oh, that's what it is the whole screen hung. Well, that's not good. Ah, there we go. So Clipper it did actually shut down. So that's sweet. But yeah, so we've got Klipperscreen going on here. We've actually, the print we just did, we initiated from the Klipperscreen. So this printer, this Flying Bear Reborn 2, has been an actually pretty darn good experience so far. It's printing nicely. I'm going to have lots of prints at ERF this weekend off of this printer. It's big. The build volume's 325 by 325 by 350. So the overall dimensions is pretty much like 2 feet by 2 feet by a little more than 2 feet high. It is a chunky boy, but $390. It comes with linear rails on the X and Y, 10 millimeter dual linear rods on both sides of the Z-axis, dual lead screws that are on different stepper drivers, 10 millimeter belts for the X and Y Core XY system. The top gantry is fully built. The bottom deck's fully built. You actually add the uprights, the bed, the panels, and then your hot end and extruder system on this is fully built at the factory. It's 4 bolts to add it and connect the wires up. The build and assembly was really easy. It comes with a polycarbonate glass bed with a mains powered silicone heater directly attached to the glass. And it does have insulation underneath, so it heats up to 110. It does have a pop-up enclosure top. Bang for the buck. I'm pleasantly surprised. I'm pleasantly surprised. I was a little skeptical for the price and the fact that it's coming from China and it's heavily marketed to the Chinese and the Russian market. There's really nobody out here in the US that's really pushing content on this printer. Aurora Tech's done one. 3D Print SOS has done some content. Most of the other content stuff you see, I think 3D Musketeer did one. Grant 3D Musketeer did one. Just about everybody else I see has been pretty much Russian speaking. But it's a great little printer. I am pleasantly surprised. We are going to do a power cycle. Something did hang on this. I'll have to troubleshoot that and figure out what hung. But hey, Britt, how are you doing? Welcome back, welcome back, welcome back. So I'm going to flip to the main screen here. And maybe we'll do a little bit more chatting. Like I said, we've been talking on and off about IRF and all the other RepRap festivals and who's going, who's not going to be able to go, what are you taking? I am, at this point, planning on taking 6 printers with me. A Voron 2.4 Trident, the 0G Mercury behind me is going to go on KB3D's table. And I've got a Rook Mark I, the Fabrico Rook, and the Rook 2020 that are going as well. Hopefully they all make it with no dent stings or scratches. We're going to have 2 Mechanim style Death Racers and a Drag Racer with us as well. So we're going to take quite a bit with us to this show. I know there's a couple of things already that are going to come back with me as new projects. But yeah, hopefully we'll have some new projects coming back from the show. We'll have some new filament coming back from the show. So yeah. Yeah, I figure I'll take a few with me and maybe a couple won't come back with me because I need to make room for some new projects. I've already got, I've got printers all along this back already. I still have some room on the bottom shelves that I'd have to clean some stuff up and store it a little better to put another couple printers down there. But I also have an ender wire sitting on the floor here, an ender in the closet. I've got the Ender 5 Plus Turn 0G, the Prusa Mini, and the Ender belt sitting on a table in the kitchen. The Bugaboo 210 is sitting on the kitchen table. Taking all kinds of grief over that. So yeah, I've got more printers than space to put them right now. So I do need to rehome a few. Now, mind you, on top of that, 2 of my Mark IIIs are over at Evil Diesel's house. So, yeah. Well, the Ender at the Closet is highly modified and has over 4,000 print hours on it, both under Marlin and Clipper. So that has been a workhorse printer. And it's one of those things that you've put so much into that printer, and it prints great. It printed most of the ABS parts for some of my first Voron printers under a Wham Bam pop-up enclosure. So it's actually a good printer. So yeah, a lot of printers. Miss Dragon keeps telling me I have to get rid of printers when I go to these shows instead of come back with more of them. But she knows I'm coming back with some more from this time. Well, and quite honestly, the Ender came down and Kyber Dragon went up in the corner over here. Otherwise, the Ender 3 would still be sitting there ready to go. So, oh, nice. So you did a pretty clean wiring job because you were doing the lacing on the wiring and everything too, right? Because I know a lot of kit boxes and stuff like that, a lot of people just use zip ties. And zip ties are bad because there's too much vibration in an airframe, and the zip ties will actually abrade the cable and cause you shorts a lot quicker. So you want to use rubber grommets and lacing, which is a waxed string. So yeah. Yep. Well, and you think digging through a cable train trying to figure out what wire is broken? Try doing that in a plane where you're having to climb all through the plane and into the tail of a plane and stuff, trying to find a broken wire. So, okay. And for those of you who are watching and those that will watch later on, I do want to say once again, Jack has been sitting here supervising. He's had to sit over here on my table that I keep my laptop on and supervising from there, because if I put him up here while this thing's printing, I mean, it's physically moved like a centimeter across this bench while it was doing that last print, because it does shake because I'm running it a little faster than a stock under Marlin would be. And once again, thanks to Free Heathen, I've got a panel up here. So this is the back plate was designed by Free Heathen so that he can hang them up as plates behind his printers. And I can't remember who he said did the octagon emblem, and then I added my emblem on top. So gotcha. Oh yeah, your arm getting from not trimming the yeah, that's always trim the tails of your zip ties flush. I've done that before too. I've sliced myself wide open on those, and then from working in warehouses and dealing with those freaking really thick metal staples and catching those things, I've sliced myself, like 1/8 inch deep cuts on those metal staples sometimes. Yep. Okay, gang. Well, I am going to need to find some place to raid out to. So I can go downstairs, kind of relax some. Yeah, those stapled boxes. Yeah. I'm going to go find somebody to raid out to. I'm not sure if Brit's online yet. Ooh, I see the Jang. I know I haven't been over to the Jang in a while. Or here we go, even better, Ian Douglas. So Ian Douglas is on. And we have not raided into Ian in a long while. So I think I'm going to jump into Ian Douglas. Okay, and I'll make sure to get a printed receipt this time rather than telling them to email me. Ian is celebrating 2,000 followers. Awesome. Yeah, good night, Mod Light. Safe travels back from the hospital if you're still sitting there. Take it easy. Everybody, thank you so much for being out here. Thank you for the new followers. Thank you for the new subscribers or the resubscribes. It means so much to have you guys out here and, just chatting with me and working through some things. And I'm so glad I'm able to, show you some things, bring you along on some journeys, and some of them fun, some of them crazy with all the troubleshooting and stuff like that. Yep, I saw that resubscribe, Monlight. Thank you so much. And, just thank you for being here. For those of you that I haven't seen before, that are going to be at Earth, definitely look me up. I'll be up on the concourse. I'll have a table up there. And if I've seen you before, like Pez Liz and stuff, and Chris and everybody, I look forward to seeing you again and making some more memories out at the shows and stuff. I mean, that's what this community is all about, is giving back and being able to see each other, make new friends, and just enjoy this hobby and this business together. So thank you all for being out here and sharing it with me. I will see you all again Thursday night. Remember, I will make a post. We are going to do a giveaway. We are going to give the BQ H2V2S extruder away on Thursday night. So thanks a lot. We'll see you all later. And like I said, we're going to raid over to Ian Douglas. Please come along with me on the raid. And, if you got a raid and run, then raid and run. But let's go over and show Ian Douglas some love. And we will see you guys on Thursday. Thanks, everybody.